Okay, so this is actually take 2 of this video because it turns out the memory on my phone was full, so I've been sat here for the past hour talking to myself and not recording. Yay! But anyway, we're back now. I've sorted that one out, so I guess we'll have to do this all over again. So welcome to this video, which is my 2020 knitting year in review. I've done one of these videos for my sewing year as well, so if you're more interested in sewing, feel free to check that one out. But guess what? I also do a lot of knitting, and it turns out that I actually knitted more garments this year than I sewed. Oh, unless you count the scrubs. Let's not count the scrubs. I knitted more garments for myself this year than I sewed. So I've got quite a lot to rattle through that I want to talk about, and I'm gonna like walk through them in chronological order because I've realized that I haven't actually shared any of my knitting here on YouTube, I don't think, except from like just wearing it in videos. So you might recognize a few of these because I've been wearing them, but I wanted to talk a little bit more about them because every year with my sewing and my knitting, I always like to try new things. So this year in particular, I wanted to focus on colour work and lace techniques and patterns and things and sort of, you know, improve my skills in that area. The very first thing that I knit this year were these Scandinavian style mittens, and this pattern, let me check, is called Nagu Selbu? Yeah, let's go with that. And the reason I went for this pattern is because they're based on a 19th century pair of mittens that belonged to somebody's grandmother. And they created a pattern. It's available for free on Ravelry. So I'll put a link to that in the description. I'll link everything that I can link. I will put a link in description if it's a pattern that you can buy or whatever. Some of them might be affiliate links, just so you know. That means if you click them and make a purchase, I get a small commission. It doesn't cost you anything extra, but it helps me to afford to keep buying yarn. So you're perfectly entitled to not click them and go and do your own research and find these things for yourself. But if you do, thanks very much. So this yarn was bought for me as a Christmas present from my brother and his girlfriend, now wife, and it's Jamieson & Smith Jumper 2-ply Shetland wool. Can't remember what it's actually called, but you know the one I mean. And this came from one of my local yarn stores in Brighton, Yak Yarn and Knitting. And I started these back when I lived in Brighton, and I started them at their knit night. And I had a right palaver. This was about the 3rd or 4th attempt at making these type of mittens because my tension was so off. I've never had that before where my tension is that far off. I was going to have to like size down my needles 4 or 5 times, and so I kept changing patterns, and eventually I found this one which worked with my tension, and I'm really pleased I spent the time to do it because I love these and I've gotten so many compliments on these. I posted a picture of them on Instagram and I got so many beautiful comments about they're the most beautiful mittens I've ever seen and stuff, and I was a bit surprised, but yeah. They are beautiful. I love them, and I went for green and orange because I often wear my green 1940s coat I made with a triangular orange shawl that I knitted last year, and yeah, I love those two, and I love wearing them together, and I love the combination of green and orange, so that's what I went for. So I love when I've got the shawl and the coat and the mittens on. I feel very coordinated, yeah, which I love. So they were my very first colourwork project of the year, and then from there, I actually kind of got really into vintage knitting, and so the next thing I made was a 1940s jumper, sweater, depending on where you're from. This was intended to be part of a twin set. I bought the pattern off Etsy from, I believe it's called Pamula Vintage. I'll put a link if there is. I think the shop might close down, but anyway, if I find the link, I'll share it with you. And I absolutely fell in love with the texture of this pattern, and I knew I wanted to knit a twin set because one of the things about vintage knitwear, you can buy plenty of vintage knitwear. Some of it doesn't survive because it gets eaten by moths and such and unravels and things like that. But it's so rare to find a twin set because obviously the cardigan and the jumpers get separated, or the cardigan wears out and the jumper doesn't, and all that sort of thing. So I knew I was going to have to knit my own if I wanted a vintage twin set. So I started on this vintage twin set, and then I was using vintage yarn and I didn't have enough to finish the cardigan. So I've actually only just unraveled that, and I'm reusing the yarn for something else now. But I did complete the jumper, and at first I wasn't sure how I felt about this. It was such an odd thing to me to wear like a knitted short sleeve jumper, but I've actually absolutely fallen in love with them and I wear them all the time. Because this one's because it was vintage yarn, it was the correct 3-ply weight. Those are actually so difficult to find. If you know where to find them, you know, contemporary yarn brands that do a 3-ply weight, please do let me know, because I really struggle to find them. So to have it in a vintage weight, it makes a lot more sense. I've since made a 4-ply one and it's just a bit too chunky. This has the feel of a t-shirt, where this feels like a proper woolly jumper. So now I understand why the 3-ply is so important. So I wear this one quite a lot. I love this colour red. I love it's so effective with the texture. I love the texture, oh my God. So this was my first 1940s project of the year, and I quickly fell down a 1940s vintage knitting rabbit hole. I bought so many vintage knitting patterns this year, and you know, I created a whole Pinterest board of them. Absolutely fell in love with it. So the next thing I made was this was a free pattern that I found on Pinterest, and they're available on somebody's blog, and this is a pair of 1940s knitted lacy stockings, and oh my God, this was such a mammoth project, but it turned out so well. So I actually these are 2-ply weight, and I actually found this yarn in a charity shop in Brighton. I couldn't believe my luck because it was a whole cone for 99p, and real wool, 2-ply weight, vintage, you know, post-decimalization, but so 1970s probably. And it was just like meant to be. I was so thrilled. And this was a mammoth project. Like, just knitting 2-ply takes forever because it's so fine, but adding all the stocking construction, all the lace work, you know, this pattern, it's got a folded over top, so there's a line of picket edging halfway round so that you get a picket edge when you fold it over, and then you had to like knit it and stitch it in place, and then you had to do a line of run stops, which I'd never done before, and then start the lace pattern and all the shaping. It was a really involved project, and of course the thing is, when you knit socks or stockings, you finish one and then you have to start on the other, but it was so worthwhile. And I really love these, and I have worn these a couple of times, but you know, wearing stockings is a whole palaver, it's a big thing, but I'm so glad I have these because they look so authentic, and I love that, you know, kind of real 1940s sort of woolly make do amend look. And I was able to get a really cracking picture of me wearing these and my 1940s dress that I made this year, the green one, and yeah, I really love that photograph. A lot of other people like that photograph as well, and a lot of, should we say, stocking enthusiasts have found that photograph, so it's turned out to be one of my most liked photos of the year. That's the danger, isn't it? You innocently knit some stockings as part of a historical knitting project you're on, and you accidentally uncover all the fetishists. After those stockings, there was such a long-winded project. I just wanted something, a bit of a palette cleanser, quick and easy. And so what I did was I took part in a knit along actually. I think this is the Honey Bop cardigan from Poison Girls. I've been a pattern tester for them before. I was a pattern tester for the Rizzo blouse. I really love their patterns. I really love that sort of, it's not something I do very often these days, but I really love it on other people, like the rockabilly pin-up 50s style. And so when I saw they had this sort of, it's quite a classic cardigan shape, I knew I wanted one, and so I took part in the knit along. And to be honest, I'm not thrilled with how this turned out, and that's, the pattern itself was brilliant. It's one of these modern constructions which is seamless, which I don't do very often because I'm a seamstress. I really don't mind sewing things up. In fact, I prefer sewing things up. I think you've got more control over fit and all those sorts of things, and it's easier to alter patterns that way. But every now and again I do these type of seamless constructions, top down and all that, picking up stitches and things, but I don't love it. But the thing with this cardigan is I chose inexpensive yarn because I'm not particularly well off, and so I just went for colour. This is King Cole Touch of Merino blend or something like that, and it's very affordable. I used it again for this jumper, but it hasn't worn particularly well, And I think with such a straightforward design like this one, I really needed a slightly more special yarn. This just looks like, it just looks cheap really, doesn't it? And so I'll probably make another one. I haven't finished this one. It hasn't got buttons on it yet. I have worn it quite a lot because it's quite a nice little sort of, it kind of wears like a shrug. It's not too warm. But if I make it, I think I will size up because it's quite a fitted design. And I, don't really like my clothes to be that fitted. So yeah, if I make it again, I'll size up, and I think I'll go for probably like semi-solid mottly type yarn because I'm not sure how much this works as a design, but I'll keep wearing it around the house and things because it's quite nice and warm and soft and things. So in February, before pandemic chaos hit, I went to Unravel in Farnham, the yarn festival, and it's quite good because it's quite, I'm from this area, so I know Farnham, and the Maltings where it's hosted is quite an accessible venue. So, and I was pretty mobile at the time, so I just went with my walking stick and my mum drove and things like that. So we went together to Unravel, and that was a lovely sort of day out for the two of us. And I went in, the thing with these yarn festivals, I always think there's so much on offer. You just get overwhelmed. You see so many inspirational things and you think, oh, I want that, I want to knit that, I want to buy that yarn. And I had to go in a very restrained way. So I knew I had the pattern for this jumper, and it was a 2-ply yarn weight I needed. And so I knew I was looking for a really lovely, beautiful 2-ply weight yarn because I was having real difficulty finding one online, because if you put in 2-ply, you just get heavier weights that are plied together, 2-ply, as opposed to 2-ply weight. I was able to find the yarn for this project from a company called Uppingham Yarns, and they had the most beautiful selection of like lace weights for Shetland shawls and things like that. And so this is a lamb's wool. Oh, it's beautiful. But I'll get onto that in a second. So I was with my mum, and my mum likes to knit, but she tends to knit pretty straightforward things, and often she knits for charity, hats for premature babies, things like that. We walked past a store and they had a sample knitted up of these mittens, and I think the patterns for this is called the Nutcracker Mittens. I'll double check. And she absolutely loved them. She thought they were so cute, but she was really sad. She was like, I'm not good enough to knit those. And I said, well, I'll knit them for you. It'll be a present for your birthday. Choose your yarn, and it will be my birthday present to you. So we bought the pattern. The stand was, the yarn company is Irish Artisan Yarns, and they have some beautiful colourways. It's that sort of hand-dyed, painted type yarn. Indie dyer, that's what I'm talking about, which I don't use very often, and my mum certainly doesn't. So this was their sock, merino sock blend, nylon, that type of yarn. I really know what I'm talking about here. But yeah, these knitted up beautifully, and so these are for my mum. These were for my mum, and she's been wearing them this winter, and they're very much, she likes shades of blue and turquoise and things, so these are really her colours. Yeah, so that was, I made those in March, I think, and that I got at Unravel. And then my next project from what I got at Unravel was this Lacy Jumper. And this, when I posted about this on Instagram, I think I captioned it, the best thing I have ever knit. And I stand by that. This is honestly, I think, one of my proudest achievements ever. Like, I'm more proud of this than I am of my master's degree, maybe. Not quite, but it's up there. So, sometimes you have projects and you're like, I will one day be good enough to knit that or to make that. That's like where I want to get to with my skills. That was how I felt about this. I had this pattern for a while, and I finally felt like, okay, I was there, I'm going to give it a go. And I found the yarn. It turned out beautifully. I love it so much. So it's a pattern. It's got a lace repeat and a cable repeat. So I hadn't realised it had cables in when I first decided to make it. So it was like all the extra steps. And then of course it's got this Fair Isle yoke, which the pattern frustratingly said to use oddments of 2-ply. But I actually ended up using crewel embroidery wool, which I got from, I think, lovecrafts.com or something like that, somewhere really bog standard and generic. And the joys of ordering online, the purple in this pattern was supposed to be navy blue, but I got the shade wrong, with the shade card. But I actually really like the purple. I think it really, with the yellow in particular, the gold, it really ties in nicely, and it sort of lifts it a bit. I think the navy would have dragged it down, with it being so close to the face. So yeah, I just love this. I wear this all the time. It's so beautiful, it's so soft. It's just everything I want from my vintage knitwear, like hobby, I suppose. I'm just so proud of it. It was such hard work. Oh my God, it took me ages to knit, but so satisfying and really enjoyable as well. I think that's the thing. Like when I just knit stockinette, I get really bored. So I really love these textured patterns, these lace repeats, things like that. And this was a really special one. And I'm so proud of it. If I were a garment, I would be this garment. I think that's how I feel about this. And I will treasure this for a long time and wear it, hopefully, until it goes into holes, and then I'll mend it, or I'll knit another one because I've still got half a cone of this yarn left. So after my 1940s lacy project, I was kind of done with lace for the time being. I was like, no, that's it. I've had enough. And so what I wanted to do instead was practice some Fair Isle. Oh, what I forgot to mention about this pattern and this one as well is that these are actual patterns I own, but I do have digital reprints available in my Etsy shop if you're interested. So I'll put links to this one and this one in the description. This one is a Penelope jumper, and it was a rare thing because it was a 1940s Fair Isle pattern with a chart, because normally 1940s Fair Isle patterns are like knit 3 blue, knit 2 white, knit 3 blue, knit 2, and it's it's too much for my brain to handle. So this one had a chart, and so this is why I wanted to give this one a go. And I made it in the original colours, apart from they said to use white and I used off-white because white doesn't really suit me. I'm quite yellow in my complexion, so white really washes me out, so I have to go for off-white or cream. So this pattern was for a 3-ply, but like I say, it's so difficult to find 3-ply yarns, and I'd made a couple of things in this I'd made this in this King Cole merino, and the tension came out slightly smaller than what it usually is for 4-ply for me. So I thought I'd use this. It is a bit dense is all I would say, but the other benefit of using a slightly heavier weight yarn is that most vintage knitting patterns are for a 34 bust and I'm more like 36. So yes, they do stretch, but in using that slightly heavier weight yarn, it does end up being fractionally bigger and more like my size. So I'm quite pleased with how this one turned out. At first I wasn't, again, like with this red one, I wasn't sure how I felt about the whole short sleeve jumper thing. I didn't think there would be a place for this in my wardrobe, but I actually do wear this all the time. I wore this in my COVID video. If you've seen that one, you'll recognize it. And it's kind of like a thing at the moment, the puff short sleeve knitwear. I've seen some contemporary patterns that are similar, and I really like this neckline and things like that. So it sort of feels, as much as it's absolutely an authentic reproduction of a 1940s pattern, it also feels kind of modern somehow. So I wear it quite often with jeans and, black skinny jeans and things like that I've worn it with, and it's that lovely mix of vintage and modern, which I'm liking to do more and more these days. I do much less authentic 1940s vintage, everything must be historically accurate, because I don't leave the house. So I much prefer this sort of blend of modern and cozy and vintage. Whereas with this, for this honey bop cardigan, this King Cole touch of merino looked really cheap. It's kind of fine for this one because the pattern's so jazzy and it's holding up quite well. It's very warm, but then I'm quite a cold person, so I don't mind. Moving on. After I made this one, I was kind of a bit done with 1940s patterns. Not so much, it wasn't like I'd completely lost my love for them. I still absolutely love them. I'm knitting a 1940s pattern right now. I just wanted to change. And so I'd seen on Instagram this Fable knitwear brand, and they made all these really gorgeous sort of history bounding, historically inspired, quite romantic designs. And so I decided I was going to try a few of those. So I bought 2 patterns at once, I bought the yarn for 2 at once, and I started with this one, which is from the Yuletide collection, and it's the Nutcracker Jumper. And I really love this design. I thought, it's like, Christmassy, but kind of modern and vintage, but I just thought it was really beautifully designed. I loved the textures in it, I loved the bobbles, I thought it was so unique, and I was really excited to get knitting, and I bought quite expensive yarn. This is a Cascades yarn. Well, it's expensive for me. And cascades, we don't often get cascades in Britain, so I can't really remember where I found it. It's kind of more of an American brand, like it was measured in ounces. That it was that American. When it turned up, I wasn't thrilled with the colour, but actually it's really grown on me. I really love this kind of mottly green brown, and I wear it a lot. The only thing I will say is I had an absolute nightmare with this pattern. It didn't fit me at all. And this is another one of those, because it's a modern pattern, it's knit in the round. And so I just kind of had to keep knitting and trust, you know, with the raglan sleeves, because you knit halfway up the body and then you knit both the sleeves and then you join it together. And I joined it together and it was drastically too small. It looked ridiculous and I was devastated because it was like I'd spent all this money on this yarn and I really didn't know what to do. So I didn't know whether, like, had I done something wrong? Because my tension was spot on for the pattern. Had I measured something wrong? I kept going over it. And the designer, I think she's called Helene. Yeah, she's Scandinavian. And so I'd seen quite a few mentions online about Scandinavian patterns being a bit different and being a little more sort of loose and open to interpretation. I don't know whether that's true because I've only ever knitted this one and then another Scandinavian pattern from the same designer. So I went on Ravelry to look at people who'd made the same size as me. Did they have the similar issues to me? Was it quite narrow in the shoulders? The sleeves, which are supposed to sort of be bishop sleeves and blouse over, were really like almost 3/4 length on me. They really were not long enough. And I found like a sort of, you know, sometimes you like just connect with people on Instagram. You like all the same photos. They comment on your posts all the time. You comment on their posts all the time. So I have this Instagram friend, Miss M Vintage, and she had made one. And I found her Ravelry page for it. And she had made the most detailed notes about all the alterations she had to make to this pattern. And she really walked you through it step by step. I had to do this. I had to add rows here. And this is how I altered this. This is how I altered this. I had to make the bicep bigger, all this sort of stuff. And it was an absolute godsend. I could not have knit this jumper without you, Em. So thank you so much for your sharing your instructions and your help with this. So I essentially had to frog the entire thing. So I frogged the sleeves. I don't think I frogged them right the way back, but almost to about here. And then added more increases, added more length, added about 3 more repeats to the body, and was able to make it long enough. I had to make the shoulders broader, I had to change the decreases, I had to change the neckline. I really had to do a lot of work to get it to fit, and it was a right pain, but I'm glad I did it. I wear it a lot. It's quite dense. I think because this is a double knit and I usually wear 4-ply these days, or even lighter, to wear a double knit sweater for me feels really heavy and really bulky, but it's really warm and cozy and I love it, and I feel yeah, it's just got that perfect sort of romantic historical vibe. I really love wearing it, but it was such a nightmare to knit, and it kind of put me off. Seeing as I'd already bought the yarn and the pattern for the next Fable Knitwear project, it really put me off. So once I completed this one, I thought to myself, nope, I'm doing something different. I'm going in a different route. I'm not doing that. It was the Caplet Blouse. I'm not doing that just yet. So instead, I'd found somebody else on Instagram who really inspired me this year, and that's, I think it's Cleo MC on Instagram, but she's Constance and she's stitching over the days here on YouTube, and she has a knitting podcast, and she was working on, or had just finished, something from Alice Starmore's Tudor Roses, and it's a beautiful book, and it's very much, well, it's called Tudor Roses, it's inspired by Tudor Queens, so it's very historical, very history bounding. And she shared about her Jane Seymour cardigan, I think it was, and I absolutely fell in love with this book and this designer, so I bought the book. Oh, have I put it here? And the first project I worked on from this was the Elizabeth Woodville cardigans. This is the first one in the book. Obviously, Elizabeth Woodville was, my War of the Roses knowledge is not good. What's he called? Edward the Fourth, Edward the Fifth, Edward the Fourth, Edward the Fourth's wife, and so that's about 1400s War of the Roses. So this is very much medieval inspired, but it's so beautifully balanced. This is the kind of design that I go nuts for because it's subtle, but like the detail of the curved hem, the balance of the curved hem and the collar and the trim, and the curved hem of the sleeves. It's so beautifully shaped. I'd never knitted a garment with darts before, but this kind of has that darted construction where you sort of increase here as opposed to not just at the side. And do you know, this sat in my UFO pile for the longest time because I couldn't be bothered to sew on the buttons. I don't know why I waited so long, because I did it this week and I've been wearing it all week. It's such a gorgeous design. I really love it and I can't wait to knit more from this book. The only thing I would say is I didn't buy the official Alice Starmore, what are they called, virtual yarns? I can't remember, because they're expensive and I'm not very well off. So I went for, again, this is Jamieson and Smith Shetland Jumper 2-ply or whatever it's called. And because it's more affordable and they had similar sort of colours and that sort of tweedy effect, but it's quite scratchy. So I have to wear this over long sleeves, otherwise it's just too itchy. And it's also one of those cases where I was between sizes. And often I size up in things because I like my clothes to be baggy. And I'm so glad I did, because I have to wear a long sleeve top under this and all that sort of stuff because it's scratchy. So I'm really pleased with this one. I really recommend that book. And she's one of those knitwear designers where, because I've knit so many 1940s patterns this year where it's kind of like reverse shaping and repeat at the same time, and that's the only instruction you get. This was such a nice change to have a pattern where it was like row 16, knit 3, purl 2 together, you know, really sort of detailed row by row instructions. Yeah, I really enjoyed knitting this and I'm really enjoying wearing it, so I can't wait. I think I might make the Elizabeth I next. They've got some really beautiful colourwork designs in there as well. Not all of them are to my taste, but yeah, there are some really gorgeous ones. So I think I might have to make the Elizabeth I one because I wrote my undergrad dissertation on Elizabeth I, so I kind of want that one just for old time's sake. So at this point, I was still procrastinating making this Caplet blouse from Fable Knitwear. I was too scared to start. And also it was about this time of year when shops were opening up again, and I made a very conscious decision to go out and support my local and favourite sort of independent yarn shops. So I bought a lot of skeins of yarn that I didn't have plans for, and just one skein and things. So this was one of those projects. I bought this, I think this is West Yorkshire Spinners, and I kind of just looked on Ravelry for patterns for it. I knew I wanted... So for a while, I knew I wanted a grey beret because I have this grey beret, which I bought from that shop in Waterloo Station, which the name escapes me. Something like Joy. I think it's Joy anyway. And I love this and I wear this hat a lot, but it's a bit fancy and it's not great for vintage outfits because it's obviously quite a modern Chanel thing. So I knew I wanted another more traditional historical kind of grey beret, and so this one is a free pattern that was on Ravelry. Again, I'll put a link in the description. It's called the Druidess beret and it's got this beautiful cable design and cable and bobbles, and yeah, it was a really fun little project to knit up. I don't often make sort of accessories for myself. I tend to make garments, but this made a nice change. I'm not sure about the shape of this. I think it might need blocking because it's a bit small. It doesn't really sort of pouch over the way I like a beret too, but I really do love, it's lovely and warm, and I really love the texture of this pattern. So this was a nice little palette cleanser project between all my enormous cardigan vintage historical knitting patterns this year. So then finally I decided it couldn't be put off any longer and I should make the Caplet blouse. And I believe this yarn is Gilead, which is one of the favourites at Yak, and I absolutely understand why. It was really gorgeous to knit with. God, a lot of dye came out of it though when I blocked it. Whew, that was scary. But yeah, it's so interesting because having had all the drama with the Nutcracker Jumper, I was really dreading knitting this, and it was so straightforward. Like, it fit me exactly as it was supposed to. It knitted up perfectly to size. The instructions were really clear. Everything turned out long enough. I don't think I even made any alterations. I think I just knit it as is. Maybe I made the sleeves a fraction longer or something like that. But yeah, it was like night and day compared to the Nutcracker Jumper. Really enjoyable to knit. When I finished it, it was one of those, I suppose quite a few of them have been like that this year. I really didn't think I was going to wear it. I was thinking, do I have a place for a low neck, short 3/4 length sleeve fitted knitted top in my life? Turns out I do. I've worn it a lot. It's perfect. It was perfect in autumn, you know, when it's kind of too warm for a thick coat or whatever and too cold for short sleeves. This was the perfect kind of transitional seasonal top. I love the colour, I love this sort of cable texture. You know, it's perfectly romantic and historical. It's sort of somewhere, feels quite Renaissance, but it also feels quite sort of 1930s vintage somehow, or like 1950s evening knitwear, which was a thing, you know. Yeah, I really love it. And I was really surprised by that. So it just goes to show, because I feel really bad for having said so much shit about that pattern, that Nutcracker Jumper pattern, but that was my experience, and it obviously wasn't just my experience because quite a few people had similar experiences on Ravelry. But don't let that put you off any of the other designs, because, I mean, I've only knit these two, but this, you know, this was a joy. So yeah, don't let me put you off. And I still recommend the Nutcracker pattern because it is such a great design, but just be aware that you've got to have your wits about you. Make sure you measure everything twice, make sure everything's long enough, make sure everything's broad enough. But this one, it was a much more pleasant experience to knit. Oh my God, this is long, we're nearly there. So the next project, and this technically is, I guess, UFO, work in progress, I don't know. The next thing I started on was a Marie Wallin Yell cardigan, I guess it is, jacket, I don't know. Like I say, one of my goals for this year was to work on my colour work and my lace work, and I'd done a big lace work project and I wanted to do a big Shetland Fair Isle project, and this was the one. I love these Marie Wallin Shetland designs. They're sort of perfect, to me they're just, she's got such brilliant use of colour and the balance of them is brilliant, and I really wanted to do it, and I worked on this for about 2 months and I got it to this point, and you can probably tell the point I'm at is I have to cut the steeks and I'm too scared to do it. Well, partly it's not necessarily that I'm too scared to do it. So what happened was I was knitting this and then I got really ill, and obviously with this kind of Fair Isle you have to really concentrate, and I just didn't have the brain space to keep up with this Fair Isle pattern, to keep up with the repeats. I kept making mistakes, so I decided I had to park this, and I worked on it. I would get better a bit and I would work on it and I'd have to keep abandoning it. So I got it to this point, I stitched it up ready to steek, and I was like, I've never steeked anything before, I've never cut any steeks, and I was like, I do not want to do this at this point in my life with my brain in the condition it is, because if I ruin this after all this work I've done, I will be absolutely gutted. And like buying the yarn for this was like £90 worth of yarn, which is a hell of a lot of money for me anyway to buy on for one project. So I really didn't feel like I was in a position where I could risk it. I'm starting to feel a bit better, so I think when I finish my current work in progress, my current 1940s knit I'm doing, I will go back to this and steek it and knit the sleeves. But yeah, I couldn't face it, like the prospect of cutting the wrong thing because I'm so brain foggy, like that would have been so heartbroken. So I made the decision to park it for the time being, but I've really enjoyed knitting this. It's just glorious. This was one of those things that, and I always think this with Fair Isle actually, I tell you, the most difficult thing about this was casting on, because it's like 300 stitches and I kept like getting a twist in the stitches and then the round and all of that. That was the most difficult part. But the colour work, it looks so complicated because it's so many different colours, but you're only ever working with 2 colours at a time. So it's actually, if you take it row by row, it's not that difficult. And so I was really surprised by how much I enjoyed this, how straightforward it actually turned out to be. And of course you're knitting in the round, so you don't have to purl Fair Isle. The only thing was this original band of colour was really exciting because you're constantly breaking off colours and joining in new colours. This grey section took for freaking ever and was so boring. I really was fed up with it by the end of it, but I can't wait to wear it, honestly. I know it's one of those things, I hate abandoning knitting projects halfway through, but I know I'm going to finish this one because I absolutely love it and I cannot wait to wear it. So as soon as I'm done with my next project and as soon as I feel well enough to, I will be steeking this and knitting the sleeves and the neck band and all of that, and I cannot wait to add it to my winter wardrobe, really. Maybe it might be spring by the time I actually finish it, but let's see. But once I'd sort of parked that yell, I was well enough to start working on more complicated knitting projects, but not well enough to work on that complicated Fair Isle design. So what I did was, and I'll be honest with you, the reason that I bought them was because they have an affiliate program. I bought 2 kits from We Are Knitters. So the first one is this one, and the second one is this one that I'm wearing. Now, I bought them, I didn't want to join the affiliate program without actually knitting them, because that's fraud, I suppose. So I thought to myself, right, I'll buy 2 and I'll test 2. And if this is something that I genuinely recommend and really enjoyed, I'll, you know, apply for the affiliate program and become an affiliate. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do that because I'll be honest with you, I knit this one a month ago and it is already so fluffy and bobbly. I've had to shave it so often. I'm really disappointed. Yeah, like these were not cheap. This is not cheap yarn. It was not a cheap kit to buy. And I'm really disappointed with the quality of the yarn. So yeah, I'm not going to become an affiliate. That being said, I do still really like the designs. So this one is it's called like Bomber Jacket, Bomber Cardigan, something like that. And the gimmick with these kind of companies, this one is We Are Knitters, there's another one, isn't there? Wool and the Gang, I think it is that it's for new knitters. So the garments are supposed to be modern and trendy and something you're actually going to wear, and they're quite simple to knit and great for beginners and if you're learning to knit and all that stuff. And that absolutely is valid and has a place. It's just not my thing. I'm too advanced a knitter, I think, to enjoy this type of very straightforward knitting, because the construction for this is all rectangles. So you knit like one strip for the front, another strip for the other front, one rectangle for the back. You stitch them up, you pick up the stitches for the sleeves evenly and knit knit like a dropped sleeve. You pick up the stitches for the neckband and you knit a straight band. And that's fine, that's a perfectly valid way to make a cardigan. Like I say, it's just not for me. And these were both, I think this one was intermediate and this one was advanced. And yes, it's advanced because there's a lace pattern, I suppose, but the shaping is not advanced, in my opinion. And I'm just, to say it cost, like this one cost me 60 quid, I'm just a bit disappointed. I wish I'd spent the money on something else, I think really is the gist of it. On a positive note, this is the petite wool and it's so soft and cozy. It is really fluffy and squishy and really lovely to wear. It's just such a shame that it's so, I wore this for 2 days before it was covered in bobbles. I was so disappointed, and it sort of just makes it look kind of grubby somehow and not nice, and it's really disappointing. But I'm continuing to wear it because it's so cozy. It's just gone from being something that I thought that I would love to wear and would wear out and would really sort of make an outfit, to being something I wear over my pajamas when it's a bit cold, which is a shame. For the amount of money I spent on it, is a shame. But this one, this is the thread sweater, and this is, I think it's called Finita yarn, which is much finer. And it was 3mm needles. And this one I think was more successful. I will say I changed the neckline. I altered the neckline because this just had a straight across neck, and I could see in the photograph on the model the way it was rolling over, and I was like, yeah, I don't like that. That's definitely going to happen. That's going to be really annoying. It's going to rub against my neck all the time and be like a nightmare. So I shaped a neckline and I added this garter stitch band to match the cuffs and the hem. And I really like this one. I will say it knitted up really small, particularly compared to the way it was styled. So that was something that kind of aggravated me as well, because in the photograph of the pattern, which I'll probably put on the screen somewhere for you to see, it's a really big oversized sweater. The model is obviously a small, and it's this really big, relaxed fit, oversized. And so I assumed that there was design ease. It was supposed to be a relaxed, baggy jumper. That was the way it was supposed to fit, and that was, accounted for in the pattern. Nope, turns out it was a small girl in a size large or extra large or whatever, because I'm a medium. I measure a medium exactly. This knitted up as a medium, and I had to block it to be able to get into it almost. It was so tight and short and not at all the relaxed oversized fit I was hoping for. But I still like it and I still wear it, and the sleeves are kind of bracelet length, but you know, so I really did not have a positive experience of that company, which is unfortunate, I suppose. And I decided against applying to be an affiliate because I cannot in good faith recommend them. Perhaps if you're learning to knit and you need a kit and you don't have any of the gear and you don't know what you're doing, something like that might be for you. But it's not for me, and I don't think it's for you, my audience, either. My current project, I'm making a ribbed jerkin, original 1940s project. It's my current work in progress. You know how I mentioned that this was originally intended to be a twin set and I ran out of yarn? Yes, well, I unpicked the startings of the cardigan I made for this and I'm turning it into a ribbed jerkin. I'll put a photo of what that means here. Yeah, and it's knitting up quite nicely. I'm really enjoying knitting it. It's got this really interesting diagonal ribbed panels. And I'm excited to wear it. It doesn't take a huge quantity of yarn, which is why I'm making it from the yarn that I didn't have enough of to make a cardigan. And I'm really excited to finish that and add to the red things in my wardrobe. So for the sewing year in review, I came up with some questions or things I should talk about more generally about my knitting for the year as opposed to each individual project. Hang on, I need a drink, my voice is going. So the first question is, what have I learnt? I've definitely learnt the importance of knitting a tension swatch this year. That for sure has been something I've learnt my lesson a couple of times the hard way and a couple of times by doing it properly and being like, oh, I'm so glad I knitted a swatch. Yeah, I think that's the thing. Previously in my knitting, when I knitted everything in acrylic and only used free patterns off Ravelry, so I didn't spend a lot of money, I would skip a swatch because I was like, sod it, who cares? If it doesn't turn out right, it doesn't turn out right. Now, where I'm at a place where I'm investing a lot more money to start with, and also time and effort into these more complex designs, I absolutely understand the value of knitting a swatch. So that's definitely something I'll take with me into 2021. Always knit a swatch, particularly if you've spent a lot of money on a project or you have high hopes for it. So what was easier than expected and what was harder than expected? Definitely what was easier than expected was the ferrule for the yawl. I mean, like I say, the hardest bit was casting on. The ferrule repeat itself was actually really fun and quite straightforward. I will caveat that with saying, when I went to the knitting club at Yak, when I was knitting this at the time, I was able to memorize the pattern repeat, and the lady sitting next to me was like, how can you do that without looking at the pattern? And I was like, I don't know, I just remember it, and I get to a knit stitch and I realize that has to be a purl stitch this row, and I kind of figure it out and it all makes sense. And she looked at me like I was like a witch, like I was some magician who was being able to do that. And that's just, my brain is sequencing and patterns and things like that, that's what I'm good at, particularly numerical patterns. Like if it's letters, oh boy, no, my brain can't cope with that. But numbers, I can remember streams of numbers in a row, I can remember information like that. So I think that's possibly why this sort of thing works well with my brain. It might not be the same for you, but this, for me, was easier than expected. What was harder than expected? Good question. The Nutcracker Jumper was harder than expected. And also persevering with a knitting project. I think I don't want to keep blaming the pattern, but what I found difficult was to keep going when things get tough. Knitting can be so frustrating. I had to frog some things this year, and I don't normally do that sort of thing. I normally just abandon projects and bin them because I haven't spent a lot of money on them. But with this, even with the mittens, I had to keep frogging, I had to keep re-swatching, retensioning, trying new patterns out, trying new needles out. And this was, back in January, and that determination to carry on, I found really difficult. It's always worth it in the end, I find. Oh, well, it's not always worth it, but it's often worth it. So that was much more difficult than I expected, just keeping going when something isn't going right. Ooh, what would I do differently? Bloody hell, what a nightmare. So what would I do differently? This chair with the wheels on this floor is a bloody nightmare. What would I do differently? I wouldn't wait so long to sew the buttons on my Elizabeth Woodville cardigan. That's what I would do because I love it so much and I've been wearing it so much. I can't believe I waited 5 months before sewing the buttons on. I also, again, would have started the Caplet Blouse sooner because it's a really lovely pattern and I really like that mate. So yeah, what I think I would do differently is do the things that I'm putting off. Stop procrastinating things because they're never as bad as you think they are in your head, basically. So what's my favourite make and my most disappointing make? My favourite make is definitely this one. Like, I've talked about it already. I won't bore you with that again. Absolutely. Mwah. My favourite make. Not just of 2020 ever. My most disappointing make, I'm going with the Honey Bop Cardigan, just because it didn't work. Something about it didn't work. Again, I think it's the yarn choice. I think it's the sizing I got wrong. I think, yeah, it just wasn't right for me. That's a shame. Actually, I've changed my mind. This is more disappointing because this looks like a cheap cardigan because it's made with cheap yarn. This looks cheap, but it was made with expensive yarn. So that is more disappointing, in my opinion, than this. So I want to talk a little bit about what am I doing next year? Well, first of all, I'm finishing my Yell. My Yell cardigan. I really want to get that finished. I really want to sort of complete that project and have the satisfaction of that. The great thing about reflecting on everything you've done in a year is you get to pick what you really enjoyed and what wasn't as successful. So my favourite projects this year have been the original 1940s ones. So that's what I want to do more of next year. As much as I liked knitting the contemporary patterns, I like the history bounding looks, no, like the 1940s patterns just make my heart sing. The garments make my heart sing. The process of knitting them make my heart sing. So that's what I'm going to do more of next year. I've got a few planned. I've stocked up on yarn because of course we are now back in lockdown in the UK. Well, we're in tier 4 where I am. I imagine the rest of the country will be in lockdown soon. That's what I want to do. I want to do more lightweight projects. I want to do more 2-ply and lace weight projects. I see how I feel about Farrell after I complete Yell. I might take a break from that and do something different. I also want to do some historical knitting. So like, if you watched my sewing video, my definition of historical is anything the end of World War I, so 1918 backwards. So I've got a pattern from Wearing History for a 1918 cardigan, which I'd like to knit. I've also got a pattern for a knitted corset, which I'll be talking more about at some point next year. I'm desperate to try that, and I want to knit one of those 1890s cycling sweaters. Of course I do. So that's what I'm hoping to do. I think, you know, this is the wonderful thing about documenting your making process and evaluating it, is you learn what you like and what you didn't like and what worked and what didn't work. And I know now, going into 2021, I want to make more historical knitting patterns. So I think that's just probably long enough as a video. I hope you don't mind these long rambly chats. It's nice to be reflective, I think, particularly after this very difficult year. I'll say it again because I said it in my sewing video. One of the best things to come out of 2020 for me has been, you know, this community, this not just you who subscribe to my channel and comment on my videos, which is, you know, amazing, but I've also met so many like-minded people and, you know, people I now consider friends through CostTube and historical costuming and things online. So the fact that there are other people out there who like vintage knitting patterns, which is one of the nichest interests, is amazing. And it's just so nice to find people who will let me talk about it. Thank you all so much. I'm wishing you all the best at the end of this really tough year. Wishing you all the best for the new year. I hope it may be better vaguely than 2021, and I hope you've enjoyed hanging out with me here on this channel this year. Here's to many more videos like it. So thanks for watching. See you next time. I'm nervous. So if you watched my Everything I Knit in 2020 video, you will have seen me talk about my Yell cardigan, which I got to the point of steeking and wasn't brave enough to do. And well, I promised that when I finished my current work in progress, I would actually get on with the steeks and cut the steeks on my Yell cardigan. Well, here it is, my most recent finished knit, which is this 1940s pullover. So it's time to get steeking. So I've read the instructions for how to do it several times, so I'm pretty certain I know what I'm doing. But to make sure that I actually do it, I'm making this little video to hold myself accountable because I'm so nervous. But I had lots of reassuring comments on that video as well, so I'm going to talk you through what I do and actually finally get on with finishing this cardigan. So the first stage is to sew a crochet reinforcement between steek stitches 2 and 3. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the first step is to crochet along here and then come back down the other side, and then you cut up the middle. I'm not brilliant at crochet, but I've got my crochet hook and I've got my yarn, so let's give this a go. So let's stitch. So that's the thing, it's got to be the left hand side of stitch number 2, but the right hand side of stitch number 3. Here we are. This is stitch 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the steek. To crochet this reinforcement for the steek, we're going to go through the right side of stitch number 2, which is this one, and then the left side, stitch number 3, which is that one. These 2 loops from the knitting then act as the 1 loop you usually have on your hook when crocheting. Pull the yarn through and then work in single crochet, or double crochet if you're British like me, picking up the 2 loops as one from the left hand leg of steek stitch 2 and the right hand leg of steek stitch 3. So I've started at the bottom and done my first line of crochet right the way up to the shoulder. So now I'm going to turn the whole thing around and go back down the other side, going between stitch number 4 and stitch number 3 again. So like that. So once again, crocheting down the length of the armhole, this time picking up the stitches from the left hand leg of steek stitch 3 and the right hand leg of steek stitch 4. As you can see, I'm not really very good at crochet, and the confusing difference between US and UK terms has meant I've never really gotten my head around the patterns, but I can just about crochet a border around the edge of my knitting, so I was feeling reasonably confident that I was doing this right. I was a little bit confused by what to do at the cast off and cast on edges, so I kind of just made it up and hoped I had secured the right stitches. This was only partially successful, and I ended up having to go in and stitch some reinforcements later. Okay, so crochet reinforcement is in place and it now looks like this. And it's got this weird sort of ridge down the middle, which means it's time to cut it. Cutting it was definitely very counterintuitive, and the fuzzy, grippy nature of the Shetland wool meant that it was kind of difficult to get the scissors into that little gap. Again, I also had no idea what to do with the cast on and cast off edges, so I ended up just cutting through them and hoping for the best, which was not a brilliant strategy. Things got a bit easier once I could open up the armhole a bit and stretch the stitches apart, but I still definitely ended up snipping some things I wasn't supposed to. I think I did it. My only worry is the very bottom bits where like the cast on and cast off were look a bit precarious, shall we say? Like, can you see here? I don't know. Doesn't seem to be laddering though, so I think I've gotten away with it. I might just put a few reinforcing stitches in it though. But apart from that, I did my first steek. So now I can finally pick up the stitches and carry on with this cardigan. Oh, and I've got to do the other sleeve as well, but I'm done for today. That's enough. I went along and picked up the stitches for the armhole from steek stitches 1 and 5, but I'd forgotten to stitch down the cut edge of the steek. I remembered to do this when I eventually cut the second armhole, and it worked a lot better. You can see in a few places that the stitches did pull out and start unravelling, which was absolutely terrifying. I'm not sure if I did something wrong here, because many of the comments on my last knitting video had assured me that knitting doesn't unravel sideways, but somehow it started to happen on mine. Typical. So here we are, ready to carry on knitting. Thank you for coming with me on this little journey into my first ever
steeking project. I hope maybe you found this video useful if you're also interested in doing some more Farrell knitting and possibly have a steek in your near future. I think it's going to be okay, you know. There was a little bit where one of the stitches pulled out, and I think that might be because I didn't quite catch it. You can kind of see here properly. So hopefully I can sort of stitch that in place when I stitch down the edge of this, when I stitch down the cut edge. But apart from that, I can't wait to carry on and finish this cardigan. So thanks very much for watching. See you next time.
To my great surprise, as somebody who makes sewing videos on the internet, one of the most successful videos I've made on this channel is actually about knitting. And I actually got loads of comments on that previous video, which was, oh, make more knitting videos. So here we are, another knitting video. Don't say I don't give you what you want. So that previous knitting video was everything I knit in 2020, and that was a year-long review of everything I made last year. And this is going to be a sort of similar video, but instead of doing a whole year review, I'm sort of doing a quarterly review. So winter, spring, summer and autumn. So this is the winter video. And that's just so I can have a bit more time and space to talk about each project individually. That being said, I have actually made quite a lot of stuff this year already in terms of knitting. So let's dive right into it before I waffle on any longer than necessary. The very first thing I made this year was actually this 1940s pullover. This is what's known as a pullover in Britain, sweater vest in the US. I've seen it called various other things, jerkins, gilet, all that sort of stuff. I believe the pattern refers to it as a jerkin, so that's probably what I'm going to call it. So I've got this knitted 1940s jerkin, and it's knitted in rib, and you can see it's got this sort of, so it's got this diagonal rib motif, and that is not only providing a little bit of visual interest, but it also gives it a very nice sort of slim princess line shaping. And this is a best way pattern, and it's an actual pattern. I've got a hard copy of this pattern in my collection of vintage knitting patterns, and it's one I've been wanting to make for a little while because it's from quite a small quantity of yarn. And the yarn I used for this is actually vintage yarn, or I don't know if it's actually 1940s yarn, but I got it secondhand in a charity shop, and I used this yarn previously to make my 1940s smock stitch twin set. Now, you may remember from the previous video, I ran out of yarn to finish the cardigan for that twin set, so this is what I made from the unpicked wool from that cardigan. And it was very easy to construct. You know, it's a front and a back piece. The bands around the neck and the armholes are actually knit separately. They're knit in straight, sort of long, thin strips of rib, and then they are sort of eased and whipped onto the armhole. And that was kind of difficult and kind of annoying, and I'm not sure how much I like it. And you can see I didn't do a very good job of seaming it up at the front there. It's a bit messy, but oh well. Apart from that, I really like this pattern, surprisingly, for something that I would associate as a very grandad type garment. So I actually started this at the end of last year, and I finished it in the very first few weeks of January, and it didn't take a lot of knitting, you know, so I've actually worn it quite a lot in the cold weather months because it gives you a surprising amount of warmth with not very much bulk, being sleeveless. You can probably see that it is just, can you see this band here? This sits here in the armpit, and it's just a bit too wide for me, and so it's bunching up and things like that, so it doesn't fit perfectly. But yeah, I'd have really surprisingly gotten quite a lot of wear out of it. I said this was a 1940s pattern, but I actually think it's possibly a late 30s pattern, and that is purely based on speculation, because the thing with these best way patterns, if you're not familiar, these best way amalgamated press patterns are very popular, they're very common, you see a lot of them available online, and you find a lot of them hard copies on eBay, on Etsy, in person as well. I get most of mine from charity shops, and they were really common, really widely distributed by the Amalgamated Press, which also owns, I think, Women's Weekly, so I'm not entirely sure. I know several people who are interested in vintage knitting have tried to find out more about the Amalgamated Press, and it's really hard. It seems to be like been a newspaper company that's been taken over, so I don't know if their archive still remains. It seems that they have some sort of association, these best way patterns, with Women's Weekly. Some of the designs I think are repeated in Women's Weekly. So these hard copy patterns are quite difficult to date, And the only sort of information we've got to go on is when they start publishing patterns that are titled things like a 2-coupon jumper, because wool wasn't rationed in Britain in World War II until 1941. So if you're getting things that are marketed as a 2-coupon jumper, or, you know, from oddments, things like that, save coupons, those patterns are definitely post 1941. And so then because the best way patterns are numbered in, you know, sort of a chronological order, you can kind of work backwards and forwards from 1941 to see whereabouts you are in history. And this pattern has quite an early number. It's only a 3-digit number. And so this pattern is almost certainly pre-rationing, probably pre-World War II. Hello, Editing Claude here, just popping in to say that I've done some more research and I've looked up the numbers system that I was talking about that can help us date when these patterns are from, and I'm pretty certain that this ribbed jerkin pattern is actually from 1941, because that pattern is number 863, and the first best way to coupon make do a men's style jumper that we see is number 886. So they're very close together. They're probably from the same year. So this jerkin is probably actually 1941 itself, if not 1940. So if you do have any of those hard copy best way patterns, you can also make an educated guess to about when they're from, because as the war goes on, paper was always rationed during the war, but as the war goes on, paper shortages increase drastically, and so the patterns get smaller. The paper gets much poorer quality, things like that. So if it's quite a big size and the number is pretty close to that 1941 mark, you're looking at those earlier years of the war as opposed to the later years of the war. So just a few tips if you've got any of those patterns and you're trying to figure out where they're from. Yeah, my final thoughts on this before we move on. Yeah, this was a fun little project to knit up. I've worn it a surprising amount. It's not perfect because it was made from unpicked wool. It's a little bit bobbly. Blocking has helped that and improved that. But yeah, who knew I needed a jerkin in my life like this? One of the things that's really interesting to me about knitting up these vintage patterns is you kind of start to get a better understanding of some of the fashion trends we see in the 1940s. I can absolutely understand why these were fashionable during this period for women. So it's very quick and easy to knit, uses less wool than a cardigan or a jumper, but keeps you almost as warm if you've got a jacket on your arms or something. So that's the kind of insight you don't really get unless you actually make up a garment and wear it, you know. So that's been very interesting about this one. So moving on, the next project I finished, and actually the reason why I actually made that jerkin was because you may remember I was procrastinating cutting the steeks on my Mary Wallin Yell cardigan. I made a video where I did cut the steeks. If you're interested and you don't know what that means, feel free to watch that. So having finished my little 1940s jerkin, I cracked on, I cut the steeks, and I finished the sleeves for the Yell cardigan. Yes, this project really was a challenge. That's not necessarily a bad thing. I like my knits to be challenging. There's nothing I hate more than just endless rows of stocking stitch. So yes, I did enjoy the knitting process of this, but it was tough, and it happened to coincide with a time that was my health wasn't great and my cognitive impairment was particularly bad, so it wasn't ideal. That meant that this project got really drawn out and it kind of felt like it was hanging over me and all that sort of stuff. So to have it finally finished feels really wonderful, and I really love the way it looks. I absolutely love it. It's so interesting because when I finished it and I started to wear it around the house, my mum said to me, "Do you know, that cardigan is so you." And it absolutely is. This is everything I want from my knitwear. This is everything I want from my personal style. I absolutely love it. That being said, it's so itchy. Oh my God, the Shetland wool. Why did nobody tell me about the Shetland wool being so itchy to wear? I have really sensitive skin, I must admit, but it is not a pleasant experience to wear, and that is so annoying because I so love the way it looks. Also, constructionally, the sleeves are a bit narrow on me, and I don't know whether that's because my tension knitting in the round here is a bit off. But yeah, so that with it being so itchy, it's kind of like, oh fine, wear a long sleeve top underneath it. But if I wear a long sleeve top underneath here, it's just a bit tight on the arms. Annoying. Also, I did block this. I blocked it with the instructions that were on the cardboard label for the wool, and it said to steam block it. But even so, you can see this collar just wants to roll out. which is kind of annoying because this is so beautiful. I also, you might be able to tell, ran out of wool here. This band is supposed to be all this darker colour, and mine's odds and ends because I didn't have enough dark wool left. I don't know whether that's because the pattern was wrong, but I think I checked my notes for knitting this project and I had to start again because I had several twists in my cast on. You have to cast on like nearly 400 stitches in the round, and I ended up with several twists. So I think I just cut it and binned it. So maybe if I hadn't done that, I would have had enough wool. But yeah, so I mean, I don't mind. I think it's quite pretty actually, having this slightly lighter edge. I quite like it. But I might need to reblock this because the shape of that collar is really annoying. I've been waiting for nicer weather to do that basically, because otherwise a cardigan this thick would just take years to dry in the winter months here in the UK, you know, so hopefully with blocking it might improve some of the things. I don't know what to do about the really scratchy wool though. If you have any tips for that, do mention them in the comments and I'll give them a go, because it's such a shame. I love it so much, but it's just not a pleasure to wear. So yeah, I don't know if I'll be making another Shetland wool project again. I don't know if I'll be making another Fair Isle project this involved again. Not for a little while at least anyway. Okay, next on the list, moving on. So having finished that contemporary project, I wanted to go back and do another vintage knitting project because that's really why I knit. I love all those vintage knitting patterns. But this time, I've had this pattern in my collection a little while, and it's one I've been wanting to make, not necessarily because I really want the finished garment, but because the construction was so intriguing. So this is a 1950s, it's not exactly a cardigan, it's described as a tailored jacket. And I don't really do that 1950s style vintage thing really anymore. I never really did, to be honest. It's not my favourite era. But the construction of this was so fascinating to me. I knew I had to make this pattern. I had to give it a go. So starting at the bottom, we've got one of these knitted folded hems. So I think this one is just stitched up. Yeah, I think I just stitched it up. But I have also seen it where you pick up the stitches from the cast on edge and you knit the two together. So you get a folded knitted hem as opposed to just a cast off edge at the bottom. Then you've got this is a knitted functioning pocket. It's like integrated completely into the knitting, which was really interesting to do. It's also shaped simultaneously at the side and with darts. So you can see the dart shaping here, and it's shaped at the side seam. And it's also got this very interesting knitted revere lapel facing, whatever you want to call it. So you sort of knitted it out like this and then folded it in half. You know, sometimes you get those sewing patterns with the continuous facings. Yeah, this was that, but knitting it. So to get that shaping was really intriguing, a really fascinating project. So those are the front pieces. Oh yes, of course, on the other side, you've got to work the buttonholes. And because of this double facing thing, you're actually working two buttonholes and then folding it in half and matching them up and stitching them together. Never seen anything like that before. The back is also shaped with two darts. And part of the reason why I was drawn to this shaping is because you might remember last year I made that Eleanor Woodville cardigan, and that is shaped with darts, and I really love just the way that looks. I can't explain it. The fit of that is so beautiful and so unusual in knitwear. You don't see that very often. And I really love it. So I wanted to try that again with this. And then we've got a raglan sleeve, which, okay, fine, pretty straightforward. But these sleeves themselves are actually knitted horizontally. So you start at the bottom of the sleeve and you cast on and cast off and shape to sort of get the length. And so, you know, it's not like you're working from here up. You sort of work like this along the sleeve. It was really unusual. The cuffs, you've also got double fold back cuffs, which were shaped sort of like this, and then you fold them in half. And the collar as well. The collar is shaped flat and folded in half and then sort of whipped on. And you can see even the shape of the collar, it's got a grown on stand. It was just a fascinating make, and I'm so glad I made it. I made it in inexpensive yarn because I knew this is not something I'm going to get a whole load of wear out of. I wasn't knitting this for the finished garment, I was knitting it for the process. So this is King Cole
double knit touch of merino. So I've used that King Cole touch of merino before in 4-ply weight, and this is the double knit weight version. And it's cheap, it does the job. It doesn't look great, but I'm actually kind of impressed with these semi-solid colours. I think they look more expensive than the previous time I made that Honey Bop cardigan, and I made it in red, and it doesn't look quite as good. So I think having that sort of mottled effect helps. This cardigan isn't quite finished. It still needs buttons, and the buttons have finally arrived. And these buttons, they came off eBay, and they're sort of mid-century-ish, carved, different shades of black and grey. They're not anything particularly special, but I just wanted them to sort of match the colour scheme and do the job really. So I don't know how much wear I will get out of this cardigan. Like I say, it's not really my style. It's also quite thick. I don't really tend to knit in weights heavier than 4-ply these days because they feel so bulky to me. You know, I'm used to sort of these lighter weight 1940s style knits now, and so anything above 4-ply feels, you know, so thick to me. So as a result, it's very warm, and we're coming towards the end of April now as I'm filming this video, and so this might not be something I get anywhere out of until next winter because it is on the thicker side. But oh well, I'm very pleased I made it. It was a really interesting project. I had a lot of fun. Sometimes that's enough reason to make something, isn't it? For the fun of it. Moving on. So the next thing I made is actually something I've wanted to make for years. It's been on my knitting pattern wish list for ages. And while there are lots of free versions of this pattern online, I actually paid what I consider to be quite a lot of money for a 1940s knitting pattern to own a hard copy of this pattern. I mean, I paid £8 for it, so it's not like it broke the bank, but still I never normally pay anything more than £2 for a vintage knitting pattern. And the reason is, it's this one. It's the lavender rainbow jumper. It's a classic 1940s pattern, or at least we think of it as a classic 1940s pattern, and this is something I'll talk more about in a little bit. But yes, you see this a lot online, you see it in a lot of TV and film. Most recently, I think, is Scarlett Johansson wears one in, what's that film called? Jojo Rabbit, something like that. Yeah, this pattern is everywhere. I made mine in, it's a Scandinavian company, so I'm not going to be able to pronounce it, so I'll put it here. It's organic, it translates as like organic summer wool. So it's a wool cotton blend. It's a 4-ply, and it's by, the company is called Camarose, I think. So they tend to do sugary pastel-y colours, and I thought that was perfect for this. So I've been nicknaming this my Refreshers jumper. If you know what Refreshers are, I don't know if you have that sweet where you are in the world, but yeah, they kind of come in these very sherbety candy colours. My Refreshers jumper. I don't usually do pastels generally in my wardrobe. I tend to be warmer earth tones, but I actually do really like this, and I really like wearing it. As a pattern, I absolutely understand why it's so popular, because even though it's knitted with, well, vintage 3-ply weight or contemporary 4-ply weight, you knit it with number 8 needles, which is 4mm. God knows what that is in US. I think 6. So even though you're knitting it in 4-ply, it knits up really quickly, and it knits up to quite a loose, breathable, lightweight fabric. It's also, this pattern looks very jazzy, looks kind of complicated, but it's actually really easy to do. You create these little V's, I've also seen them referred to as bunny ears, just by slipping stitches. So it's essentially stocking stitch, stockinette, but every 3rd stitch, every 4th stitch, I can't remember, you slip one, and you keep slipping it until you change colour, and so you get this striped effect. So yeah, it was a really quick and easy knit, and I've been wearing it quite a lot. So what I wanted to talk more about this is, this pattern is so iconic to us as the 1940s make do and mend style knitting pattern, and yet I do wonder whether that's our modern bias looking back, or whether that has come from the contemporary time period. You know, was this pattern actually that popular in the 1940s, Or do we like it as modern people who are interested in vintage because it speaks to our assumptions of what the 1940s were? So I tried to find out an answer to that, and I did a little bit of digging to see if I could find examples of this and other knitting patterns that are really common, really popular on Instagram with vintage knitters and things like that. Because, you know, I've got a lot of time on my hands at the minute, so why not? So I tried to find examples of these make, do and mend, odds and ends style jumpers in dress collections, in photographs and that sort of things. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't have a lot of success. Because, you know, we see lots of these very specific oddment, patchwork, jazzy patterns, odds and ends, 2 coupon jumpers. We see a lot of the like printed patterns have survived, but not a lot of the garments have survived. So I'm kind of wondering whether people actually were knitting these patterns or were they not bothering? And now, obviously, just because they haven't survived doesn't mean they didn't exist. And just because we don't know about it, we don't have any evidence of it, doesn't mean it didn't happen. So I've been trying to sort of riddle this out. And there's some things, I've had some thoughts. And so I've kind of come to a few conclusions about this. Firstly, I imagine the reason that we don't have a lot of these garments surviving is partly collection bias in terms of museums, but also because clothes rationing hit the less off much harder. If you were a wealthy woman with an extensive wardrobe in 1941, your clothes were probably better quality, so they lasted. You also had more of them, so you could rotate through more of them, so they got less wear. So you probably weren't that affected by clothing rationing. However, poorer women, say with a lot of children, who were able to afford less clothing, who had less clothing to begin with, and it was of a poorer quality, they were probably the ones who were more reliant on this make, do, amend mentality, on having to make things do. So possibly the reason why they haven't survived was because these garments were worn by working class women. They didn't save their clothes. They wore it until they wore out, or they unpicked the wool and reknitted it, things like that. And also, they didn't have their photograph taken that often. And this is what's quite telling about this, I think, because when I was looking for photographs of ordinary people during World War II, there weren't a lot of them. Or if they were, they tended to be out in the street, so they had an overcoat on, so you couldn't see what jumper they were wearing. However, all that being said, I have found a photograph. Well, I found several photographs of these make, do and mend style knits. They tend to be more common on children, I've noticed, sort of stripy jumpers, fair isle jerkins, that sort of thing. They seem to be quite common. I imagine that's because children grew so often. I've also seen quite a few examples where women are wearing a very plainly shaped jumper, but it's knitted in stripes. And I imagine that's probably because these women were busy and they did not have the time to be faffing around with fancy patterns. So if they were making an odds and ends jumper, they probably were using a pattern they already had because they didn't want to buy a new one, or they were using a very simple pattern that they knew they could knit up quickly, and rather than faff about, they just knitted stripes into it. Fair enough. But I have found an example of this rainbow jumper, this iconic 1940s make, do and mend pattern as we think of it. But I have found a photograph of a woman actually wearing it in her day-to-day life in the 1940s during World War II. And it's definitely this pattern. I know it's definitely this pattern because of the placement on the buttons of the shoulder. If I can license the photograph, I will put it here. If I can't, there will be a link in the description. And it's of a woman. She's an East End housewife and her house has been damaged during the Blitz, and she's talking to the bomb squad on her doorstep. And it's a very sort of iconic, like 1940s World War II look. It's absolutely fascinating to me that I've actually been able to find one. So, because, you know, I do always wonder, are these patterns, there are several of these patterns, you've probably seen them if you're into vintage knitting. There's this Victory Jumper one, there's the one with the parrots you see quite a lot, there's this one you see quite a lot. We as modern knitters dressing vintage have these patterns that we like and that we continue to knit, and everybody seems to be making them. And I do wonder, is that because of people sort of jumping on Instagram trends? Is that the influence of Instagram? Do we favour these patterns because they fit into our contemporary nostalgic idea of what the 1940s should be? Or do we think the 1940s looked like make, do and mend rainbow jumpers because that is actually what the evidence tells us? I still don't think I have a definitive answer to that, but yes, it does seem that there is at least one example out there of this jumper being made and worn by an individual in the 1940s. Okay, moving on. So, those are all the finished objects. I've got a couple of works in progress that I also want to talk about, so you can look out for those. The first one though is a test knit, so I can't actually show you that just yet, but keep your eyes peeled on my Instagram if you don't follow me, because I'm sure I shall be shouting about that pattern once I'm allowed to. So having said I don't work in double knit anymore, the next project is actually in double knit. And I've got the sort of bits of it that I've finished here so far to show you. But this is from a book called, I think it's called Vintage Hollywood Knits, I can't remember. And this is a book, it's not of vintage knitting patterns, it's not like Susan Crawford's A Stitch in Time. It's somebody has taken photographs of vintage Hollywood stars wearing knitwear and reversed engineered the patterns. And I have made one of these patterns before, which was the Joan Crawford jumper, but I made that quite early on in my vintage knitting journey, if you like, and I made it in pound shop acrylic. Lovely. It's also a bit too big. I didn't really read the size guide. There was a lot of ease and things like that. So it's not an entirely successful project and I don't wear it that often. This time around though, I'm making a different style, and this one is the Claudette Colbert. And I kind of just love the joke of the fact the cardigan's called Claudette and I'm called Claude. And it's this 1930s style, which is a lot more my thing, particularly now since I've had my hair cut. And it's this very classic 1930s Tyrolean, you know, Hungarian, Eastern European style that was very popular. And it's knitted in this basket weave pattern. So this is the back. And you can see it's made in these blocks of basket weave, just knit and purl stitches. Very straightforward pattern. It's got some very interesting waist shaping, as you can see, it's quite dramatic. And so, yes, it's knit up in this basket weave, and then there's a contrast crochet border, and it's embroidered with flowers to give it that peasant style, or whatever they call it. So I'm excited to be working on that project, but I'm sort of switching between projects. I don't often have more than one knitting project on the go at once, I must admit, but I'm pausing this one because I'm also taking part in a collaboration. So this collaboration is Vintage Pool Party, and it's being hosted by Gwen from Gwen's Shenanigans. And last year she knit herself, I think it's a 1920s, 1930s style swimsuit, and she said she wanted to do it again, and so she put out a call for other people to be involved and turn this into a little collaboration. And you may remember that last year I sewed myself a swimsuit, a 1950s style swimsuit, so this time I thought I would knit myself a swimsuit. So I'm knitting, where is it? So the pattern I'm using is from this book. This is another hard copy. I didn't pay a lot of money for this, I think I paid £5 for this. And so this is the Teenage Book by Stitchcraft, and so I'm making this pattern. Sun top and trunks. Is she in frame? Yes, there she is, you can see her. So this pattern is, being a teenage book, this pattern is incredibly small, so I've had to do quite a bit of grading to get this to fit me. I'm grading up about 4 inches overall, and I've never really done that before. I know how to do it in theory, and I'm confident in my maths, so I'm sure I've done it right. But yes, that's a first time for this project. And I've also been talking to a few people about this because this pattern and a lot of these vintage knitting patterns for swimsuits, they're made in real wool, which seems like a very odd choice to me. Admittedly, it possibly was all that was available, but of course wool is known for its absorbent properties, so wool can absorb something like 3 times its own weight in water, so it seems a really stupid choice for something that you're going to get wet. That being said, wool also has a natural level of imperviousness to water. It's kind of slightly water repellent. So, I mean, this is called sun top and trunk, so I'm kind of guessing the idea is that you wear this to the beach, and if it gets a little bit wet, it doesn't matter, but you don't actually go swimming in it. But then again, I've also seen in museums examples of, you know, swimming suits, actual costumes designed for swimming made of wool, and Victorian bathing costumes are also made of wool and stuff as well, so I don't know. But anyway, I've decided to make mine in cotton because if I couldn't stand the feel of that scratchy Mary Wallen cardigan on my arms, really didn't want to make a swimsuit out of it. So yeah, I've gone for cotton. So I have finished the front of the trunks and they look like this. So I'm making it in this sort of 2-tone colorway, and so I've gone for shades of blue. This lighter blue I had in my stash, and I've had it in my stash for quite a while, and so I just ordered more matching wool in a different shade to make this up, because I'm trying to be a bit better at knitting and sewing from my stash. So, you know, some of the wool has come from my stash and some of the wool is new. And it's this Millamia cotton. It's from Lovecrafts. I think I got it from Lovecrafts. I don't think I've got the label anymore. But yeah, it's called Naturally Soft Cotton or something like that. So I've finished one half of the trunks and I'm currently working on the back, and then of course we've got to start on the top. But I'm really excited. I'm really excited to be working on this. A few people who were sewing have already finished their swimsuits. Obviously sewing's quite a lot faster, so I will put a link to their videos in the description as well, and I'm sure there'll be a playlist, I'm not sure. I'll put info in the description if you're interested in finding out more or joining in or anything like that. So I think that is everything. I've got lots of knitting plans for the rest of the year. Of course I have. I've got a house stuffed to the rafters with wool, so there will be plenty more knitting content coming on this channel. Trying to be a bit more intentional with the things that I knit. I've noticed that I really like to knit jumpers and I really like to wear cardigans. So I'm going to try and knit more cardigans, fewer jumpers, that sort of thing. I also, like I was talking about that 1950s project I made, as fun as it was to knit, I'm probably not going to wear it a lot. So I'm trying to deliberately choose things that I know I'm going to wear, even if that's less fun to knit. But, you know, every now and again I'll make one of these projects just for the sake of it, I think. I'm also trying to figure out how to make knitting project videos, a bit like I do with my sewing projects, but of course knitting is very repetitive, and so sort of hours and hours of footage of me just knitting stockinette doesn't really seem like interesting content. So I haven't really found a solution to that yet, but I'm trying. So feedback on that is very welcome, or if you have any suggestions about how I can make knitting videos a little less dull than me just knitting for hours, do let me know. If you are interested in making any of the things I've mentioned in this video, there will of course be links to the description, to the patterns, and to some of the yarns I've used. Some of them might be affiliate links. If the patterns that I've mentioned that were hard vintage copies from my collection, the jerkin and that 1950s jacket, I will put them in my Etsy shop. If they're already available somewhere online, I'll just send you a link to those instead. I would love to know what you're working on. I would love to know if you've made any of the things that I've mentioned in this video. If you're making a swimsuit for the vintage pool party collab, let me know. Leave me a comment. Let me know what you're working on. I think that's everything. And so all that's left to say is thank you very much for watching.
I've been experimenting with my new shorter hair, and I think I've finally been able to get it to look suitably vintage. There were several failed attempts though. So hello, welcome back to Retro Claude, and in today's video we are doing some vintage knitting. Yay! I've been talking about doing this type of video for ages now, and it's finally actually happening thanks to a little collaboration that's happening here on YouTube called Vintage Pool Party. It's being hosted by Gwen of Gwen's Shenanigans, and essentially you can do whatever you like. You can knit, you can sew, you can crochet, whatever, but you have to make a vintage style bathing suit. So if you've been around on this channel for a little while, you will remember that about this time last year I made a 1950s swimsuit. I sewed it, you know, and that was using one of those Simplicity reprint patterns. I think it's 8139. It's quite a popular pattern. I do recommend it. It's just, as always with those big four patterns, the sizing. And so because I'd done that last year, I wanted to do something different this year, and so I've not only gone a decade earlier and I'm making a 1940s swimsuit, but I'm also knitting it. I have talked about this a little bit as well in my previous knitting roundup videos, but if you haven't seen that or you can't be bothered to go and watch it, essentially I've chosen a pattern that is unfortunately very small. You may know that vintage knitting patterns generally only come in one size. Yes, it's not inclusive and it sucks. Even I have to grade these patterns up. So this pattern I ended up grading up substantially to fit in the hips. So this project turned out to be a little bit of an experiment because I had to do so much grading. The pattern I think is originally for a 34-inch hip. So I had to grade it up essentially 6 inches for the trunks. It went a little bit awry with the top. I will go into that more as we get to it. So not only was I grading this pattern up much more than I usually do, I also had not only substituted the yarn, obviously it was a vintage yarn that's not available anymore, but I also changed the fibre. And I talked about in that last video about it suggests wool. Which, while I do know, like the dress historian in me knows, of course, they made bathing suits out of wool. I've seen them firsthand. I've seen, you know, historical examples of Jansons and things like that, and even, you know, Victorian bathing dresses and things like that. They're all made out of wool serge. While that makes sense in terms of warmth, it doesn't make sense in terms of absorbency and like elasticity, because of course, wool stretches out of shape really badly with weight. So it's also just I have very sensitive skin,
and wool I find really itchy at times. And seeing as a swimsuit is quite an intimate garment, I decided to save myself a lot of discomfort, and I switched the yarn for a cotton instead. I think that's all I've got to say for now. So let's start knitting.
So the pattern I'm using came from this teenage book by Stitchcraft. I found this really interesting as we so often think of the teenagers as a 1950s phenomenon, but here it is in the 40s. I also like that it has the name of the original owner on it, so thank you, Miss A. Taylor. The swimsuit is described as sun top and trunks. So to me, this suggests that this costume wasn't actually intended for swimming, but more frolicking elegantly on the beach. You can see here the yarn requirements and sizing, etc. Very small. For reference, I'm 90cm bust and 101cm hips, which is about 35.5 inches and 40 inches respectively. So I actually began by grading the pattern up using a spreadsheet. I also had to play with the tension because getting 9.5 stitches to the inch with 4-ply weight yarn was tricky. I ended up more like 9, and that's mostly due to the shrinkage of the pattern. This is the yarn I'm using. It's Millemia Naturally Soft Cotton. The lighter shade I've had in my stash for ages, so I just bought the contrast shade. I bought 100 grams, which should have been more than enough as 3 ounces is more like 85 grams, but I ended up having to buy another 50 grams because I didn't take into account just how much I had graded up the trunks. And so we begin knitting the trunks at the crotch seam, casting on in the lighter shade. Then we can start knitting the pattern. The first 2 rows of the pattern are stocking stitch and done in the lighter colour. You then join in the contrast shade and begin the pattern. It's that very familiar 1940s technique of slipping the same stitch over several rows to get the V or bunny ears effect. Only for this pattern, you don't work in stocking stitch. Instead, you want all the purl bumps on the right side. So the first row is knit, slipping every 4th stitch. This means you get the lighter colour overlapping the contrast colour. Then the next row is also knit in the contrast colour, still slipping those lighter stitches. You may spot I made a mistake here because I forgot to keep the yarn on the wrong side of the work as I slipped the stitches. Unfortunately, I didn't realise until I got to the next row, but I was able to fix each stitch as I got to it while working the next row, which this time is purl. The next 2 rows in the pattern are worked in the lighter shade, but to do that we need to join on a second ball of yarn as the live yarn from the previous lighter rows is at the wrong end of the knitting. I suppose you could cut it and reattach it, but I chose to carry my yarns up the edge to avoid weaving in lots of ends. Once I'd sorted out that tangled mess, the next row is a stocking stitch, but wrong side first, so the purl, then knit. Then we do another set of the contrast with V, but we offset the V so that it forms a brickwork pattern and is in the middle of the V's of the previous set. We're also starting on a wrong side row, so we purl the first and second row and then knit the third row. Of course, still slipping those lighter stitches. And then once that row is finished, that's the 10 rows pattern repeat complete. So now, keeping the pattern correct, we begin shaping the lower edge of the trunks by casting on at the beginning of every row. You start by casting on 2 stitches for a certain number of rows, then 3 stitches for a certain number of rows, then 4 stitches. This was where I began making my changes to grade the pattern up. Instead of casting on 2 stitches at the beginning of the next 12 rows as suggested by the pattern, I did 2 extra rows of cast on 2 and then the same again for cast on 3 and cast on 4. This gave me the 2 extra inches I needed for half of the trunks, so 4 inches total for the whole trunks. It also gave me a bit of extra length to help make the crotch depth a bit longer to make room for the curve of my, derriere. Here I'm just playing with the settings on my camera because it really isn't picking up the correct colours of these blues. They're both much greener in real life, so this is a moment just to show the accurate colour, but you can see this kind of makes the footage very cool and kind of murky, so we won't be continuing with that. Instead, I took up position in my favourite spot in the garden to crack on with my knitting. Yes, this was pre-haircut. I've been working on this project for a while and I love that I'm wearing my handmade swimsuit from last year while knitting a handmade swimsuit. Once all the increases were done, you decrease every 6th row until you get to the required stitches for the width of the waist. Mine of course was more than the pattern, and then knit straight until 8.5 pattern repeats have been completed. Then the rib is worked and a row of eyelets made to thread a cord through before casting And this is what the finished front looks like. The back is worked exactly the same as the front, but there are a few short rows added before the ribbing to shape the shorts for the small of the back. This was done quite simply, knitting to a certain number of stitches, then turn, knit back the other way, then turn, and so on. The tricky bit was keeping the pattern correct and changing the colours. Then, with the short rows complete, you knit across all the stitches with the lightest colour and work the rib exactly as for the front. You can just about see what I mean about the difficulty with keeping the pattern correct in this clip. Having done all that knitting, I thought I'd better tack the trunks together and try them on for size. Amazingly, they fit. I was worried that grading up so much would distort the proportions or I wouldn't have enough length to get over my bum, but it was fine. I know from speaking to Engineering Knits about her similar 1940s swimsuit that the crotch can be really weird, but mine seemed to be okay. The ribbed waistband is a bit loose, but I guess that's why you run a cord through those eyelets. I was also concerned about them being a bit short, but of course there is still the ribbing to add to the bottom. But I was satisfied enough with the trunks to move on to the sun top. I did originally grade up the sun top as well, but in the end I stuck with the original pattern sizing because once I casted on the number of stitches, I could tell it was going to be too big. It actually ended up still being too big, but more on that later. I also changed to a circular needle for this because it's nearly 200 stitches and I hate having things crammed on a straight needle. The top begins with a rib, like the waistband of the trunks, and then we work in exactly the same V-stitch pattern for one repeat. The top has these triangular gussets that are worked separately from the rest of the top, starting on just one stitch and then increasing to form a triangle. I slipped the gusset stitches onto a safety pin as a stitch holder and completed the row of the pattern and then came back to the gusset stitch on the pin to work the gusset. This again was a tricky process of keeping the pattern correct while increasing and not twisting the stitch for the gusset, which just happened to be one of the slip stitches, so it was loose and really difficult to manipulate, but I did manage. Once I managed to complete the gusset, that goes back onto the safety pin come stitch holder and is repeated for the other gusset, which then looks like this. Then I knit the other sections of the sun top to be the same height as the gussets one at a time, so the right first, then middle, then left. Now, making sure to keep the pattern correct, knit across the first section, then take the first gusset off of the stitch holder and knit across those stitches and repeat for the other gusset, so that all the stitches are now live on the needle. The top of the swimsuit is then shaped by casting off at the beginning of each row before finally casting off the middle section. Seeing as I was about to pick up every stitch along this cast off edge, I wish I had just put them on a stitch holder instead, but oh well. So then to complete the sun top, the rib is picked up all along the cast off edges. Getting this even across the diagonal edges was tricky and required some maths, but I figured it out, and then it's just knit one per one rib before casting off. This I did quite loosely, but I regretted it when the sun top turned out to be too big. Then it was onto the making up and the finishing. I began by sewing the gussets in place, and then the centre of the sun top was gathered up. I also plaited a cord for the trunks from contrast yarn, but I forgot to mention that bit in this next clip.
Okay, so here we go. The swimsuit is finished. I got a little bit carried away and forgot to film the last few stages, so I thought I'd just talk you through them. So I stitched up the side seams on the trunks and then picked up the rib and knitted it and then joined the crotch seams. So it's pretty straightforward. I did the same thing as I did for the top of the bikini, you know, just picking up and knitting the rib. And then on the bikini top, I crocheted. My crochet skills are rather limited, but you know, I can just about do this sort of crochet where you do it along the edge of the knitting. And so I made my buttonholes, and on the other side as well, I've sewn on my buttons.
And so that's just to create like the little placket, the overlap, and then I crocheted these straps. It's wet at the moment because it's blocking, but yes, I had to do quite a lot of fiddling to get it to work because unfortunately the top has turned out quite a bit too big, which is a surprise because it should be too small according to the pattern. So that's probably a tension wool to cotton negative ease thing. So in the diagram, the straps were like crossed over at the back, and I found that it's actually better for me to have them be halter because then I get a bit more bust support, as you shall see. And I also was able to get a bit more of a closer fit by gathering it up a bit more, not this way, but this way. So I've got 3 lines of gathers here to sort of really get this bit nice and close to the chest. So there we have it. That's the last few stages. What I've got to do now is wait for it to dry, and then I'm ready for my holidays.
And now I present to you Claude at the beach. Oh, and of course the finished swimsuit. I am really thrilled with how this came out in the end, and I was even able to go in the sea. It was really windy and I was worried about losing my hat, but I still had a lot of fun splashing about in my vintage swimsuit. Unfortunately, you can see that the top is just too big. The rib isn't tight enough, and so the whole thing just wants to slide down. If it weren't for the straps, it'd be around my waist. But I love the look of the trunks, and they fit perfectly.
You've got those lips that were meant to be kissed, and you're all the sweet 16.
I had a lot of fun pretending to be a 1940s pin-up, although it didn't all go to plan. But this handy bit of driftwood made a perfect prop for my photo shoot. If you'd like to knit this pattern for yourself, the pattern is now available in my Etsy shop, and I shall leave a link to the Vintage Pool Party playlist for even more vintage swimsuit inspiration. I really hope you enjoyed this vintage knitting project. Let me know what you think of my finished swimsuit, and stay tuned for more vintage knitting videos. Thanks for watching. See you next time.
Oh, okay, it's been a while. Do I know what I'm doing? I've got my massive cup of tea. I've got my pile of knits. It's a bit warm today. I usually try and wear something I've knit when I make one of these knitting videos. Oh, hang on. Let's get a bit creative. It's a swatch come pocket square. No, that works, right? Anyway, hello, welcome back to Retro Claude, and what is going to be, hopefully, if I can make it through this one, another knitting video. Yay! This was supposed to be everything I've knit in spring 2021. However, it's now August, so we might have to call it spring/summer. But I suppose we've still got August left of summer. Oh well, so maybe you won't get 4 of these videos this year, you'll get 3, but sorry about that. In case you can't tell, I'm not on top form. I've been finding it really tough to make videos at the moment. My health isn't in... Well, it's in... Actually, my health, that's not a lie. My health's in a really good place. That just means that I'm doing more things, and as a result I'm more tired, and in particular I'm doing more work things, which leaves less time for things like this. But I am trying, so thank you for sticking with me. I really appreciate your support, and it's just nice to have something fun to do as well, and to make things for fun as well, because obviously when making is your job, sometimes you lose the joy a little bit, and doing this reminds me why I like sewing and knitting, of course. So that's probably enough of an introduction. So let's start with the first thing I've knit. Oh yeah, I suppose if you're new here and you're unfamiliar with how these things work, basically I just talk about what I've knit so far in the past couple of months. And I'll try and remember everything and put links to the description for everything as well. Some of them might be affiliate links, just so you know. But yes, the very first thing that I think, picking up from where we left off in that last video, picking up from where we left off in that last video, I was at that time working on my 1940s knitted bikini. Now, you've probably seen the video about this, so this has an entire video
just dedicated to me talking about the making of this bikini and the fact that I got to wear it on the beach in Cornwall, which was amazing. If you don't know, beaches are not particularly accessible, particularly in Cornwall. It's lots of very steep coves and things, and so you have to go down steps to get to the beach. But we were able to find a couple of accessible beaches with disabled facilities and stuff. And these were just sort of like ordinary beaches that happen to be accessible. There are other dedicated beaches in Cornwall where you can do things like hire a beach-friendly wheelchair and do accessible water sports and things like that. But these were just, you know, private beaches or what have you that happened to have a car park at sea level and things like that, so you could drive right the way down. So I had a lovely time in Cornwall. I really enjoyed making this project. I won't talk too much about the construction because there's a whole video on it. But essentially, this was part of a collaboration hosted by Gwen of Gwen's Shenanigans called #VintagePoolParty. It's still happening. You can still join in. And of course, because summer is relative to where you are in the world, so if you're in the southern hemisphere and you've seen these and you're like, oh, well, when my summer comes around, I would like one of those, join in, you know, we'll be hanging out still. I have completely lost my train of thought. So I won't repeat myself too much, but this was a 1940s knitting pattern from a Stylecraft book called The Teenage Book or something like that. Teenage Book, I think it was. And as a result, a lot of the patterns in there, they were designed for a younger audience, but they were also designed for smaller sizes. So I had to do quite a lot of grading up. And that, while that worked for the trunks on this, the top ended up being quite a bit too big. I talk about it in that video, but it was falling down, essentially. It was barely being held up. So when I mentioned it in that video, a lot of you suggested and commented saying that I should go and look at a video from Engineering Knits. And I know Engineering Knits quite well. We talk a lot about knitting and historical dress and things. And so I was kind of like, why didn't I think of that myself, you know? Because Engineering Knits has a tutorial about how to fix a loose neckline on a sweater using elastic thread. And many people suggested that that would probably help with my issue with this bikini. And it absolutely did. So I've got a bit of footage of this. I'll put that in here. I essentially followed that tutorial, threaded the elastic thread through my ribbing, top and bottom of the bikini. And I made it really quite small so that you can kind of see how it crinkles up now. It doesn't lie flat to get a bit that negative ease a bit. So I tried that. I really gathered it up with the elastic thread and then I tried it on again. And as you shall see in this little clip, I tried it on to see if it would stay up without the halter straps. And I mean, it does just about manage to stay up without the assistance of the crochet straps, but it really fixed that issue. And I'm so glad that I took the time to do that coming back from Cornwall, because this has gone from something that will be inconvenient for me to wear, but I will probably still wear it because I'm stubborn and I like to show off the things that I've made, to being something that I genuinely probably will get quite a lot of wear out of. So that's nice. So thank you very much to Engineering Knits for that tutorial and to everybody who suggested it as well. I also think, I talked about this in that video, but it was the elasticity of the cotton, I think, or the lack of elasticity of the cotton was the issue, I think, mostly there. You may not have this issue if you make that pattern in wool like it originally suggests. So yes, Vintage Pool Party, come and join in, make yourself a swimsuit, knit, sew, crochet, whatever you want to do, macrame. I mean, maybe you could make a macrame swimsuit, I don't know, any era. We have people making Victorian bathing suits, we have people making, you know, 1950s and 40s and all that sort of thing. So come and join us. And it's Gwen's Shenanigans. I might have already said this. Gwen's Shenanigans is hosting the collab. So all right, moving on. So the next thing I was working on, which I think I mentioned as well in that previous video, that previous knitting video, was this pattern from this book that I got out of the library years ago, Vintage Hollywood Knits by Bill Gibb. Yeah, I don't think he's one of the Bee Gees, I'm getting confused there. So I'd made one pattern out of that book before, which ended up really too big, but I do like it, and I made it in acrylic from the pound shop. It was just as I was getting back into knitting and started looking at vintage patterns and things, so I didn't really know what I was doing, and so I didn't want to spend a lot of money on wool and things. I was quite pleased with it at the time. Well, I was very pleased with it at the time, but I don't reach for that jumper anymore, but partly because it's knit and double knitting, which I don't usually tend to do because I find it a bit bulky and restrictive. I prefer to, like, just from a sensory point of view, I like my knits to be lighter weight, and also the acrylic aspect of it just is a bit sweaty, I suppose. And I'm not sure that periwinkle blue colour, she says, wearing periwinkle blue. The colour of it, you know, I'm not thrilled about, but I've been wanting to make another pattern out of that book for the longest time, and that is the Claudette Colbert cardigan, and I just wanted to make it because I like the 1930s, and she's got my name, really, you know, well, not quite, but, you know, I'm Claudette, you get it? So yes, so I started making this Claudette Colbert cardigan, and I started making it according to the size they said I should be, according to the size guide. And then I looked at the finished garment measurements and I was like, oh, it's going to be much too big. It was a lot of these. It was going to be like 4 inches too big. So I thought to myself, oh, and I remember when I made that Joan Crawford jumper, that turned out too big as well. So I'll size down. That was a terrible mistake. So unfortunately, this cardigan, I've sewn it up. I've embroidered it. I meticulously embroidered all these lazy daisy stitches on it. I did my crochet border and everything, stitched it up. Went to try it on. Yeah, it's much too small, and I'm absolutely gutted. And I don't really know what's happened here because my tension was right. My camera battery died. Wonderful. I knew that today was gonna be a rough one, wasn't it? Oh well. So, am I in shot? Is everything working? Has my cup of tea gone cold? So, I was talking about this one. It's too small, is the long and short of it, basically. I also ran out of the green yarn. I used scraps of it's Jameson's and Smith, I think, or is it Jameson's of Shetland? There's 2 of them. The more expensive one from my oh, I forgot to talk about that. Well, let's put that one on hold because the other thing I wanted to mention came up from that previous knitting video. A lot of you, I complained about my Mary Wallen Yell cardigan being really itchy, and many of you suggested. Well, many of you had lots of suggestions actually for how to make it better. But the one that I thought was probably the lowest effort and that I didn't have to spend any money on was trying to soak it in hair conditioner, you know, just ordinary, whatever you buy over the counter. Well, lots of people said good quality. I used herbal essences. That's all I had. Like, I don't know if it's good quality or not. It was in the cupboard. So I soaked it in herbal essences for a little while and I re-blocked it. The first time I blocked it, I only steam blocked it, which was what the instructions on the band said to do. But then I wet blocked it and it actually firstly got a bit bigger. It kind of relaxed. And as a result, the sleeves are less tight, so they're less itchy because they're not constantly, you know, like this. But also it got softer. So I'm going to keep soaking it in conditioner. I'm going to keep sort of do it again, do it a few times before I kind of call it quits and wear it, because it's much too hot to wear it at the moment. But the other thing I want to do is I want to put a grosgrain ribbon or something, some sort of ribbon on the neckband, because it just, no matter how many times I block it, no matter how, even wet blocking it, it just curls in. So I think that's something, hopefully by the time I make the next one of these, I will have actually ordered the ribbon and done it. Thank you for your suggestions on that. It's really helped, it's really improved, and I'm much more inclined to wear it now because it's just a much more pleasant experience. And after all that knitting, I'm really glad, to be honest. You know, can you imagine? I did all that work, all that knitting, and all that time and energy spent on it, and then it's just going to sit in the cupboard. Yeah, no, that's not for me. So back to old Claudette. I really don't know what to do because it's going to be such a bugger to unpick, basically. It's going to be really... And having done all this embroidery, it took ages to do the embroidery and sew it all up and make sure all the lines matched and everything. But it's just too small. And I do have some more of this this yarn left, this cream yarn, but I'm going to have to completely rip everything out and start over again. It's not like a case of, oh, I can just add a few extra rows and make it bigger or whatever. I'm going to have to completely restart. And I don't know how I feel about that. I just can't bring myself to do it. So I don't know. Maybe I'll give this away to somebody. Does anybody want it? Like, yeah, you can have it. If you're like a 32-inch bust and you want a hand-knit Tyrolean style cardigan, let me know. It doesn't have any buttons on, But what a disappointment, you know, what a disappointment. And I mean, that's the way knitting goes sometimes. Sometimes you do end up in these kind of pickles and things don't go right, and I do know that, and that's all kind of part of it. Yeah, I had really high hopes for that one. So the other thing I wanted to mention about that is I do still want a 1930s style Tyrolean cardigan for my wardrobe generally. And I still want to knit another one. So if you have made one, if you have knit a vintage pattern and you have a recommendation, please let me know, because I've been looking at various styles of Tyrolean 1930s knitting pattern. I'll put a few of the ones I'm considering up here, but I'm not a huge fan of the ones with lots of bubbles. I don't really like knitting them. I also just think they look weird. They just look lumpy and I don't like it. So if you've ever made one, or if you've started a pattern and abandoned it because it was a nightmare, please let me know, because I'm determined to make one at some point, and I'm in the market for recommendations, basically. So in terms of vintage knits, I've got one more finished one, and I am really pleased with this one, and I'm so excited to share it with you, because you may know that I love my 1940s lacy knitting patterns. I love all that texture. I love working with the finer, lightweight yarns. Like I say, I prefer lightweight knits, and I just love as well, I suppose, because culturally, I was going to start that sentence with, maybe I mean culturally, like in contemporary times, we associate knitting with warmth and knitwear, you know, cozy knits and chunky, and you know, we don't necessarily think of lightweight drapey knits because we have jersey fabric, you know, so our understanding of what is knitted and what is knitwear is a bit different to the 1940s, and I like exploring that. So I love these lacy knitted 1940s blouses, and this is my most recent one that I have finished. And I'm really excited to say that I have been working on grading this pattern so that there are more sizes available, because this one is particularly small. It's only 32 to 34, because one of the things about vintage knitting patterns is they are not size inclusive. And I mention this a lot, and it really frustrates me. And if you're not confident with numbers, or if you just don't have the energy or can't be bothered, it means that you can't really access all these beautiful designs. And I don't think that's very fair, to be honest. And so I have previously graded knitting patterns for me, but then I am quite small generally, so I tend to be like, oh, okay, this is for a 34-inch bust. I need like another 2 inches maybe, and so it's 8 stitches to the inch, so I'll just, for one half, I'll cast on 4 at each end and have a bit extra. That's generally how I do it. I don't tend to meticulously calculate everything. But I thought with this one I would give it a go, because you can probably see it's quite a simple T-shape design. There's a little bit of shaping at the neck, but I thought this would be a really good one to try grading so that I can get a multi-size pattern out of it for you if you're interested. It was a little bit more complicated than that, as it turns out, because of the nature of the pattern repeat. So as you can see, these daisies are offset like this, and so a pattern repeat is quite wide. And so, it was a bit tricky. I couldn't get like a size 32, a size 34, a size 36. I could only get add another full pattern repeat. And so it's sort of a small, a medium and a large, but the large goes up to, is it 54 or 56? I can't remember. Editing Claude will clarify. So I just, as well, the nature of it is it's supposed to be sort of a bit oversized. It's supposed to be a t-shirt, so I think it's up to 44. So the small is up to 34-inch bust, the medium is up to 44-inch bust, and then the large is up to 54-inch bust. So it's not ideal, it's not perfect, but seeing as this was my first attempt, I'm quite pleased with it, really. Obviously it hasn't been tested. I've only done, this is the pattern as it came from the original 1940s one. So because it hasn't been tested or anything and nobody else has made it, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this away as a free Ravelry download and, put a disclaimer that it's untested and I've just graded it up. So I will add links to that as well in the description if you're interested. But I am really pleased with how this has turned out. I can see I'm going to wear this a lot, and I think in this footage I've got it just on over my slip, but it'd be really nice to have sort of colourful things poke through it as well in a sort of a 2020 Emma sort of way, I suppose. This is made in the same yarn that I used for that other 2-ply 1940s blouse that I made, because I've got a whole cone of it, because I intend to make several more styles of this sort of top. So it's Uppingham Yarns 2-ply lamb's wool, I think. Yes, Uppingham Yarns 2-ply lamb's wool, and I think the thread, like the metric thread weight is 2/14, 2/14, something like that, I can't remember. And it's knit on 3mm needles, which is UK old 11, I want to say, yes. And very simple, moss stitch border, and then the lace pattern is just alternating knit 2 together in yarnos, and then you make these daisies, roses, I don't know what you want to call them, flowers, patterns, and they offset and they alternate, and then you cast on for the sleeves. And the front and back are exactly the same. And then, like a few 1940s knits, you do a little button placket. So I've got 3. I went for pearl buttons on this. There's 3 on each shoulder. I just thought they were quite sweet. And they matched brilliantly. And did I do crochet button loops? Yeah, it looks like I did crochet button loops. Yeah, it's really cute. I'm really pleased with it. So I really hope that some of you might go and knit this pattern and let me know how I did on the grading. Obviously, I'm very much open to feedback, and it is my intention to make a how to grade vintage knitting patterns to fit you video, but that's going to require quite a lot of maths and brain space, and as you can probably tell from this video, I'm really not in a good place for that at the moment. So if that's something you'd like to see and you're new here, maybe subscribe and wait until that video comes out at some point. I don't know, with my channel it's always a bit hit and miss, I'm afraid, with the reliable content. But you know, that's the nature of chronic illness. Sometimes you have to take the rough with the smooth. So thanks for coming on the roller coaster ride with me, team. Moving on. So the last finished object for this video is a modern knit. And so this one, do you ever have this? So I think about this cardigan I had when I was about 19, 20 all the time. I wore it all the time. And it was just so handy and practical and comfy and really flattering. And it was, I mean, it was just perfect. I loved it. I loved the colour. I loved the fit. Everything about it. It went with loads of things. It was really practical, but however, it wasn't the best quality, and it went bobbly quite quickly and really fuzzy, and I didn't really, you know, it was acrylic, and so I had to throw it out. And I think about that cardigan all the time. Oh my God, I loved it so much, and I've been looking for one similar for ages, and I've never found anything like it. And then this year I decided I was going to try and I'm at a point now in my knitting where I'm comfortable enough to try and recreate things like that, or see something and, you know, take on a bit more of a challenge. And so I decided this year, this was the year, I'm going to remake my favourite Lara Duke cardigan. So I found a pattern that was vaguely similar on Ravelry. I can't remember what it's called, I'll have to look it up. Okay, so I found it. It's called the Wrap Over Cardigan by Jenny Atkinson. And what it does is it's a short, cropped, almost ballerina cardigan, wrap around, long sleeved, and sort of so you get that V-neck, and it's a classic really, and it's really flattering. But the Lara Duke version that I loved so much had like a textured pattern to it. It was a heavier weight yarn than I ended up using, but I knew I wanted that texture. So let's see if you can see. So this is the stitch pattern that I ended up going for, and I actually decided to use this one because I made this orange alpaca shawl years ago now from a pattern, which I shall have to look up, which was for free on Ravelry, which I think is called like, it's not really, yeah, Textured Shawl Recipe by Orlana Suka. It's out of context, it's difficult to know how to pronounce things really, isn't it? I don't know what language I'm aiming for. Orlana Suka maybe. But it's so it's Textured Shawl Recipe, and this is available for free on Ravelry. And it's a very simple pattern,
So textured pattern, slip one, knit one, yarn over, and then slip the stitch over the yarn over and the stitch. So it's really easy, really like as well, interesting to do, but you get into the rhythm of it, you know, not like some textured patterns where you're constantly having to be like, and now is it a yarn over, and now is it wasn't like that at all. And so I actually knit most of this when I was on holiday in Cornwall, and it's what I'm knitting at the beach in that video, that bikini video. And yeah, it's a raglan sleeve, which I don't think mine was originally, but I can't remember. I didn't know enough about garment construction then to pay attention to things like the seam placement. But it's just, I just really love this cardigan, and I'm so, you know, like, I did it. This was such a satisfying project because I had this inspiration garment in my mind, which was kind of half remembered, I'll be honest. I didn't have any pictures of this cardigan. And I found the pattern, which was actually really difficult to find a wraparound cardigan, like ballerina cardigan pattern. There weren't a lot of those out there. There was sort of more loose, floaty wraparound cardigans, or like, you know, long line wraparound cardigans, but there wasn't like a classic cropped ballerina cardigan. That was the only pattern I found that kind of ticked all the boxes I needed, which I was surprised at because, like I say, they're a classic and they're really comfortable and flattering, and I think, you know, for a lot of body shapes and things. But anyway, so I found the pattern. I was able to do my swatches. Hey, this is a swatch for this. The yarn for this is a pretty inexpensive yarn. I think I got it from Deramore's. I don't think they have it in stock anymore though, but it was Drops Alpaca. Drops Nepal or something like that it's called. I will double check. I can't remember anything. I am a terrible YouTuber. I should have looked this shit up really, shouldn't I? Maybe it says on my Ravelry page what it is. Yeah, Drops Alpaca, and it's green turquoise mix is the shade that I've got. So, you know, when I found, you know, everything just came together perfectly. The pattern, the yarn, this is almost the exact colour that, well, at least I remember it being this colour. It might not have been this colour. The colour, the texture, everything just came together. I had this from this textured shawl recipe. I remember thinking to myself when I was making that, I was like, oh, this stitch is kind of familiar, and it looks a bit like that one from that lovely cardigan that I had to get rid of, that I miss. So yeah, it's just great when everything comes together like that on a project. I imagine I'll probably wear this a lot. I've already worn it once because we've been having some really terrible weather here, and so, you know, it's August, not that you'd know, you need a cardigan. The heating came on, you know. Yeah, I'm really pleased with how this one came out, and I'm losing the will to live here with my mind. Have I said anything of value in this video? Who knows? Yeah, I've got quite long ties because I wanted it to wrap around and tie at the front like a proper ballerina cardigan, you know. And so yes, I think that's everything. Okay, so that's all the finished items for this section of the video. So now I want to talk about what I've been working on, what I'm hoping to make, plans, etc. Let's get into it. So on the theme of cardigans I love, I think that's like, let's make that point. Let's make that point. One of the things I talked about, I think it was at the end of the year, the 2020 video, was that I want to be a bit more intentional with the things that I make. You know, I love to knit jumpers. I love to knit these wacky 1940s patterns, but I don't really wear them a lot. So I've been trying to be a bit more intentional and a bit more conscious about knitting things I'm actually going to wear, even if they're a little bit less interesting to knit. So that's one of the reasons why I did this wraparound cardigan that I remembered. And the other project I wanted to do was, I have a grey cardigan. It's one of the first vintage knits I did when I first kind of got into vintage knitting. It was from a free pattern I found online, which is called something like jacket number 408 or something like that. It was on a website, Free Vintage Knitting, I think it's called. Let me tell you exactly what it's called. Jacket number 487, and the pattern is, I think the pattern is on Ravelry. Let me double check. Yeah, so jacket number 487 by Emile Burnett and Sons Company, and it's available for free at the website is freevintageknitting.com. So I'd made this once before, and I've worn this cardigan. At first, to be honest, when I first finished this cardigan, I was going to look at when I finished it. When I first finished this cardigan in 2018. When I first
knit it, when I first finished it, I wasn't that thrilled with it. I think I got the yarn cheap at the Knitting and Stitching show one year, and it was a big, you know, there's they have like a rummage section, and they sell whole bags of things very cheap. So I think I paid like 20 quid for 10 balls of wool or something like that. Oh, it wasn't wool, it was a blend, but you know, like I was a beginner, I was kind of a newbie knitter, and definitely a newbie vintage knitter, and it was one of the first things I knit. And when I finished it, I was really proud of it, but I didn't know whether I'd get anywhere out of it. It was kind of chunky and made me feel a bit like a teddy bear. And the instructions suggested these sew-on patches, these like embroidery patches, which I did. I bought some off Etsy and I stitched them on. I wasn't sure how I felt about the colour and the placement of them. It was a bit rockabilly, you know, like quite often you have the swallows. It was a bit like that, and I was like, I don't know how I feel about this. I have worn that cardigan so much. It has become like a wardrobe staple for me, and I can't believe it. Like at first I wasn't that excited about it because I wear it all the time. And I think there's just something about it, the weight of it, because it's described as a jacket, and it definitely fits that sort of place in my wardrobe more than a cardigan, you know. I can leave the house just wearing that and be warm enough, even in Britain, you know. Yeah, it's really interesting to me that I didn't like it at first because it has become an absolute wardrobe staple. However, it's grey. I used to wear more grey, but then I used to dye my hair. I don't dye my hair anymore, and it's just something about the colouring doesn't suit me as much as it did. And so I tend to wear warmer colours, more greens, more earth tones. So one of the things I wanted to do this year was re-knit that pattern in a colour that's a bit more me right now. So I went for green. Almost exactly the same shade as green as that previous cardigan. Look, this is also a drops though, so I imagine that's why. They are slightly different, and it shows up on camera a bit more than it does in real life, I think. But literally, when I opened the box, I bought the yarn at the same time. And when I opened the box, I was like, there's been a mistake. I ordered 2 different shades of green. But nope, it was right. There wasn't a mistake. It was just, you know, when you order these things online, you turn up and they don't look like you expect them to, do they? But I was perfectly happy with both these shades of green. So I've been re-knitting this one in a colour I'm more likely to wear. However, the drama of vintage knitting patterns, eh? I did my rough yarnage calculations to figure out how many balls of wool I would need, you know, was I going to have enough, which size was I going to make, all that sort of stuff. And I was very confident in my numbers. I'm good with numbers. I'm sure I didn't make a mistake. However, I'm starting on my sleeves, and I've started a new ball of wool. The camera overheated. I'm really not having a good day, am I? Anyway, so I was knitting I had 3 balls of wool left, started on my first sleeve, get to the end of my first ball of wool, and I think to myself, I do not have enough yarn to finish these sleeves. So I did something, like I say, I'm good with numbers, and I think I learned this only recently, actually. I think I saw it on Roxanne's channel, who is another vintage knitter who makes brilliant videos about the history of knitting and technique as well, as opposed to just the project she's working on. So I did the maths to figure out how many grams per stitch, I think is what I'm talking about. So, you know, I weighed my first sleeve and I figured out how many rows, how many stitches. So I did all this maths to figure out, was I going to have enough wool to do this? And according to my calculations, I was going to have enough yarn by 3 grams. And this is chunky weight. I don't know what you'd call it. Like, it's the ones, like, the yarn names are so bloody confusing, and all the Americans have different terms, and whether it's bulky or chunky or chumpy, I don't know. But anyway, I was supposed to have 3 grams of wool left. And I was knitting, oh my goodness, the scariest round of yarn chicken I have ever played, because I thought to myself, oh, I'll just order another ball of yarn. It's like a semi-solid, so if it's a slightly different dye lot, it won't really matter. Yeah, the yarn's discontinued, I think now. I think it's out of stock, or at least it was out of stock where I'd previously bought it. I couldn't get any more. Definitely couldn't get the same dye lot. I was like, if this doesn't work, I'm going to have to frog the entire thing. And after I had that disaster with the Claudette Colbert cardigan, I was really not in the mood for that. So here I am playing yarn chicken. Guess how much yarn I have left? This much. This
is the amount of yarn I had left after I finished knitting that cardigan. It's probably 2 meters, not even. Look at that. Oh my gosh. Yeah, maybe 2 meters. Wow, was that scary? And so the thing is, I actually need to do a crochet border on this cardigan as well. So I have been able to find a supplier for this brand and colorway of yarn, but it's definitely not going to be the same dye lot. But you know, if it's a crochet border, it doesn't really matter as much as if it's like halfway up a sleeve. So the relief, oh my goodness, I have never had it this close before. Oh my gosh. And even though I'd done all that maths, even though I'd figured it out, I really didn't trust the numbers. I don't know, it just seemed ridiculous that that could work, that I could calculate it that precisely and, you know, turn knitting from this art form to this science and this scientific recipe for how much yarn you need and all that sort of stuff. But it worked. I did it. And I've even got stuff left over for sewing up. So as you can see, this needs a block. I had intended to do that today, but I decided to film this instead. So I will show you that once it's made up. As for what I'm currently working on, they are both actually for bigger costume projects. So I'm going to keep those under wraps for now because I want to make full videos about them. Or, you know, they will be part of a larger video, you know, or a bigger video series, I should say. So yes, I'm afraid I don't have anything else to show you on the work in progress front because, yeah, I'm keeping it a secret, I guess. So I think that is everything. I am absolutely knackered, team. My brain is going around the twist. I've finished my cup of tea. So yeah, I think that's going to be the end of this video. There will be links to everything in the description. So if I didn't make myself clear and you have no idea what I'm on about, check the description. If you would like to see some more historical vintage knitting content, because some of the knits that I'm working on currently, they are some of the earliest knitting patterns I have ever followed. So we're getting a bit more historical knitting here as opposed to vintage knitting. So if that's your sort of thing, feel free to subscribe. Let me know in the comments. I asked loads of questions in this video, didn't I? So let me know your suggestions for Tyrolean 1930s cardigan knitting patterns. Let me know if you want that much too small Claudette Colbert cardigan and I'll post it to you. I'd love to know what you're working on, what you're knitting as usual. And I think I'm gonna have to stop now because I cannot get any more words out of my mouth in the right order. So thank you very much for watching. Bye-bye. See you next time. I didn't say my catchphrase.
Hello and welcome back for another knitting video. This has sort of become a tradition in knitting videos, I don't know why. So in this next episode of the sort of vintage knitting podcast that I do occasionally on this channel, I'm looking at everything I made in the autumn of 2021, but I also think I'm going to make this sort of a looking back on the year, looking forward to next year knitting video as well. Partly because I haven't really knit a lot in the autumn. Well, I have, sort of. I shall explain. So in the previous summer edition of this podcast, I left off talking about, firstly, my remake of a jacket that I've made before, and it was in pieces in that video and it needed blocking, and it is now made up, which is lovely, and it's already going a little bit bobbly, a little bit pilled because I wear it all the time. I mentioned in that video, and I'll mention again, this year I've really tried to knit things that I'm actually going to wear, as opposed to things that I enjoy knitting but maybe sit in the cupboard and never see the light of day again. And I had this jacket from a free vintage knitting pattern available online, and I knit it in grey. It was one of the first things I ever knit from a vintage pattern, and I just don't wear as much grey anymore, so I wanted one that went with my wardrobe generally. That previous one was also an acrylic blend, so it looked cheaper. This is an alpaca, drops and pulls, this one is, and yeah, I'm really pleased with it. I had to order more to do the crochet neckband because I had a terrifying round of yarn chicken with this cardigan. And the other thing I have done is I have reinforced the centre front opening
with a grosgrain ribbon, and that is because the nature of this crochet band, it really wanted to curl in, and I wore it like that for several months. And then I remembered that one of the things I wanted to do was add a grosgrain band to my Yell cardigan, which I finished at the beginning of the year, I think, yes. And it's never quite, I've never really been completely happy with it. It's very itchy, and I've sort of been addressing that, but I also wanted to reinforce the button band because it just, no matter how much I blocked it, it wouldn't lie flat. And now it's got a button band, and I've put one around the hem as well because this little bit wanted to flip up all the time as well. Then it's reinforced. I'm so much happier with it. It looks so much better. I'm so much more likely to wear it. You can see that this is still happening where I steeked it, so I might put another row of ribbon in if I can be bothered, but to be honest, that doesn't bother me that much as like the wrong side showing. Yeah, the reverse of my ferrule is not particularly neat, so I didn't want it flipping round and revealing its ugly guts. So I'm much happier with it now, and it was so successful on this that I also did it on this, and now it hangs, just looks so much less homemade is the only way I can describe it. So I'm really pleased with that. There will possibly be a video. I did film the process of putting in the grosgrain band, so there might be a little sort of technique video on that coming soon if you would like to know more about that. So yes, that's what this one looks like made up. As I say, I've worn it a lot. I will look up the details and tell you exactly what the pattern is. So the pattern is available for free on Ravelry. It's called Jacket Number 487 and was originally published by Emile Burnett and Sons Company, and it's available on a website called freevintagenitting.com. Easy to remember. So yeah, I really recommend it. I used, like I say, it was Drops Nepal I used for this, and I think the colourway is something like Forest Mix or Green Blue Mix, something like that. But I've been really pleased with it. Okay, moving on. What did I work on after this? That was the sort of work in progress from the last video. And then I didn't actually show you anything else I was working on at the time because they were going to be part of a bigger video series I was making for Halloween. However, I ended up being very ill around, well, it's not that I was very ill. I went to a ball. So at the last minute, I applied to go to the, what are they called? Prior Attire Romantic Weekend here in the UK, and I got a last minute place. I had a week to get ready and I went, and I did much too much dancing that was good for me. I kind of forgot that I was disabled for a little bit, and I had terrible payback. So most of October and November I had to really take it easy and, you know, recover from my irresponsible choices. It was very fun, but yeah, it did mean that I missed out on Halloween season, which of course is big money here on the costuming section of YouTube. So I was planning to make a historically inspired witch costume, and so I knitted some things to go with that costume. I still think I want to make that costume. I might just make it next year. I have all the fabric, so I don't know what I'm going to do with it otherwise, but I did finish the things I was knitting. So the first thing was this. So this is a triangular shawl. Am I going to be able to get it all in shot? No, because it's quite large. And it's called, the pattern is called Shawl for an Art Lover. I'm going to have to look up the designer. Carrie Westerman. So Shawl for an Art Lover by Carrie Westerman. And this is made in a 2-ply alpaca that I got in a charity shop. It was sort of unbranded labels. It looked like sort of dead stock or something. So I can't tell you any more about that yarn apart from that it was 2-ply alpaca. And I wanted this to sort of have like a textured, lacy, witchy feel, and this pattern was just perfect. Sort of the concept for my witch costume was a bit like she was a historical time traveler, or that she was immortal or something. I can't remember. And so I deliberately chose elements for her outfit that were from different time periods. And this shawl is inspired by, or according to the designer, it's inspired by the Art Nouveau architecture of the city of Glasgow. And so when I saw that it was inspired by the sort of arts and craft and Art Nouveau movement, that is an area of particular interest for me in terms of my academic dress history side. And so I knew I had to make this pattern for my witchy shawl. It's the biggest shawl I've ever made, and it's the first time I've done a really big lace pattern like this. I enjoyed it, you know. I don't know if I'd do another one in a hurry because it was a lot of concentrating. But yeah, it's really I'm really pleased with it actually, and I've worn it a lot this winter just as a shawl, because being 2-ply it's really lightweight, and being alpaca it's quite soft, and yet it's big, so you can really wrap up warm in it. Yes, the pattern is essentially just a chart, so if you're not familiar with lace charts, this might not be a pattern for you. And this is a pattern that I bought off Ravelry as well, and I finished it in August, apparently August the 12th. The only issue I had with this scarf is how to block it. I do not have enough floor space in my house to block a shawl this big without people standing on it. And so I ended up, somebody gave me a tip to peg it on the washing line, and it worked relatively well, but not quite. You can sort of see that the edges are still rolling over where at the cast off edge and things, which is a bit of a shame. And the lace pattern could probably be more defined with more blocking, but I'm happy with it as it is. I did my first ever Estonian nups. I generally don't like things with bobbles. I don't like knitting them and I don't like wearing them, but these are somehow subtler. They look less like a bobble and more like embossing or something like that. So yeah, I'm very pleased with it. The only thing I would say, because I used this cheap unbranded yarn, it doesn't look very, I'm going to say shiny, but I don't think that's what I mean. I think it could look really sleek and elegant and silky in a nicer lace yarn. And I kind of wish I'd chosen something like that. But in a way, because this was for the witchy project, I needed it to look a bit rough and ready and homespun. So I think I made the right choice. But if I were to knit this pattern again, I would definitely choose a slinkier, more iridescent yarn, I think. And I think then this pattern would really shine. So will I ever make another lace shawl? I don't know. We'll see. I had fun with that one. And it was surprisingly quick. I thought it was going to take me forever, but it didn't actually take that long. So that's a bonus. This is one more thing that I knitted for my witchy Halloween costume that never got made. And this kicked off a whole round of sock knitting. I've become absolutely obsessed with sock knitting in the past few months, and it started with these pheasant golf stockings, they're called. So the pattern for these came from, I think, a 1930s knitting book I have, and so it was for men's golf stockings. And so golf stockings are traditionally, you wear breeches or +4s on the golf course, and so you wear knee-high socks, and so they're turnover top. And you could do, the pattern book had various styles, and you could have Fair Isle tops and you could have other decorative tops. And they've got sort of a ribbed textured design in them. So it was one of those patterns where it was interesting to knit, but not so complicated that you lost your place all the time. And I had to make the feet shorter because I wanted them to fit me, and obviously they were for a man. Because they were top down, that was easy enough. I just got to where it was long enough and then started shaping. But they've got shaping in the, I don't know if you can see that. They've got, oh, you can kind of see in the rib there how they have shaping for the calf, which was really interesting to do. I have knitted stockings before, but they were 2-ply, over the knee, lacy 1940s stockings, and they were a lot of work. These were still a lot of work, but they were more enjoyable to knit for me. And the reason they're pheasant stockings is this yarn is from West Yorkshire Spinners, and they did a collection of bird-themed yarns. So they had like a wood pigeon and they had a robin, and this is the pheasant one. And you can see I tried to very deliberately offset the stripes. So I knit one from the inside of the ball and one from the outside of the ball so that they definitely don't match up. But it's actually kind of subtle, so you don't really notice, which is a bit of a shame. I was hoping for a bit more of a contrast. But they're kind of, these self-striping yarns are quite new to me. I never really made anything in these, and I think they look quite effective, actually. I wanted because these were for the witch costume, in my head, witches have stripy stockings. So I knew I wanted stripy socks, and I did contemplate doing odds and ends of different colours and making my own stripe. And then I was in the yarn shop and I was like, why am I doing this to myself? So I bought self-striping yarn. I don't know if this pattern would be available anywhere online. It's literally in a pamphlet that I have in my collection. So maybe I'll scan it and make it available for you if you really want to knit yourself a pair of men's golf stockings. Let me know. This was from a collection of knitting patterns. This was from a Woolcraft, I think, or something like that, the patterns version. And they have all these niche items that you can knit, or that we would consider niche, that were obviously widespread at at one point in history, you know, like kneecaps and things like that, you know, that people obviously had a need to knit at some point because they published a lot of patterns about them. And it's sort of weird to think that those were, I was going to say obligatory, but that's not what I mean. Ambiguous, no. Omnipresent? Not what I mean either. Ubiquitous, I think is what I mean. That everybody had them, everybody needed them, and everybody made them, yeah. And this golf stockings was one of those things that I'd always kind of wanted to try because I see them so often and I think, did people really play that much golf? But apparently they did. Or perhaps they always dressed for golf. Different thing entirely, isn't it? Yeah, and I wear these. I've worn these around the house quite a lot over my tights because I have cold legs and feet, and so they just make me feel a bit like I'm in the worst witch or something, and I like that about them. So very pleased with those. And turns out in nearly 100 years, sock construction really hasn't changed that much. Very standard top-down sock. Can never remember what the heels are called, but you knit a heel flap, you turn the heel, pick up the stitches with a gusset and knit. You know, it's not one of those fancy heels. I did like on the heel slip stitch pattern, offset slip stitch pattern, just because I find that these, if I do this as opposed to lines, I've done one with lines actually, I prefer the look of this and I find they don't wear out as quickly as other reinforced heel designs. I don't know why. So that's those. I've really been impressed with this West Yorkshire Spinners yarn actually, I must say, and I've knit a lot of things in that since I've discovered it. Just nice to know it's British wool really, because the British wool is, the British wool industry is really struggling. So I like to try and buy British wool if I can, but of course it can be quite expensive, but the West Yorkshire Spinners is quite affordable, so I don't mind. Moving on. So yes, like I say, this started a mammoth round of sock knitting, and some of these socks are Christmas presents, but the first pair I've just realised I'm wearing them, so I've got to take them off. So now that I am double vaccinated, and in fact I've just had my booster jab as well the other day, I've been venturing out into society a little bit more, and so in my town we have a local yarn shop that opened literally the beginning of March 2020, so you can imagine the past few years they've had. And so once I felt more confident going back out and interacting with people, and I'd had my vaccinations and everything like that, I went to this local yarn shop to support them, and they have a weekly knitting club. So I go most weeks and I sit and I knit with my knitting buddies and we chat about knitting, but they also have every 2 months they have something, they have a sock knitting club essentially, and they commission, the store owner commissions a yarn dyer to dye a unique colourway for the shop, and we all knit a pair of socks in the same colourway of yarn, which is unique. You can only get it if you sign up for the sock event at this yarn store. It's a really great idea, and sometimes we all knit the same pattern and sometimes we all knit different patterns, but it's a mystery. It's a mystery what colourway the yarn is going to be, so it's a little bit of jeopardy. And the very first one I signed up for, the dyer was somebody called Dye Candy, and this was the yarn. And when it turned up I was like, oh my god, no way, I hate it, it's so not me. And this particular sock Saturday you then had a lucky dip of patterns that the dyer had suggested, and I got my pattern and I started it and I hated it. I really did not enjoy it, and so I did my own thing. I went on Ravelry and I looked for another pattern, and this was a free Vogue pattern, and then I did it wrong. So I ended up making up my own thing and just doing socks the way I always do socks. But I've essentially, this pattern here is what came from the Vogue pattern, but it was supposed to be, you can see that mine is like on the side of the foot, so that from the front it looks like that, and of course from the front it was supposed to look like that. I put my heel flap in the wrong place essentially. So yeah, I just had to wing it. So this was the second pair of socks I made this year, and I was sort of getting back into it and I was like, oh god. So I was knitting these socks in this neon yellow, pink speckled colourway. I was thinking, I hate these. I am never gonna wear these. I love these socks. Now that they're finished, I can't tell you, I feel so cute when I wear them. I feel like a duckling is the only way I can describe it. And like every time I look down at my yellow, bright yellow feet, it just makes me smile. So I absolutely get it now. It's a really good quality sock yarn as well. I'm putting them back on because my feet are cold. So it's a really soft, it's a merino nylon sock. yarn, and I don't tend to make my socks in anything that fancy, but oh, they do feel nice to wear, I must confess. So I'm a bit of a convert to the old sock knitting, you know, the old hand dyes. So this was the September Sock Saturday Club, and so I had some of this yarn left, and because it's hand dyed, it's quite pricey. I don't normally buy that sort of yarn just because it's out of my budget, really, and so I knew I wanted to use up every scrap. So I made myself another pair of socks. But the thing is, with a yellow this bright, I really didn't know what to sort of coordinate it with. And then something came into my local yarn store and I thought, that's it, that's what I'm having. And that was West Yorkshire Spinners again, but they did a collaboration with Zandra Rhodes. Let me tell you, in her retirement, Zandra Rhodes is making the coin. She's everywhere at the minute. I don't know, she's like branded... What do you call it when you like franchise out your name or whatever? I don't know. She's doing that. She's like everything you can buy Zandra Rhodes branded, including yarn now. When I saw this yarn, I thought, oh, that's going to make a brilliant pair of socks with my my dye candy hand dyes. Look at those. I'm so pleased with them. I think they look great. Because this, you can see this colourway, it's kind of got dark blue, but it's also got dark brown. I feel like that really picks up the black, grey specks in the yellow, and the pink, of course. But what I did, obviously this bit is self-striping, and then I knitted in the stripes here. I saw this idea, I found a free pattern again on Ravelry. I saw this idea, there was a lace pattern as well, but I didn't end up doing the lace pattern. And I just did the stripes and the contrast heel flap. And yeah, I'm really pleased with them. I can't believe it. Hilariously though, the Zandra Rhodes, the Zandra Rhodes West Yorkshire Spinners yarn is like about £1.50 more expensive than the ordinary stuff, and I was like, well, that's the name you're paying for, isn't it? That's the thing with this branded yarn. Yes, so this was my third pair of socks, and like I say, I was really pleased with them. I really like the way these look. Again, really comfy, and having the hand dye merino at the cuff is really comfy as well. Really nice against the skin, and then having the body in the slightly more hard wearing West Yorkshire Spinners, it was quite a good idea actually, quite a good tactic. So pair of socks number 3, because I was on this sock knitting run, I decided I was going to knit socks for Christmas presents for people, and I had some of that Zandra Rhodes left. I had quite a lot of that Zandra Rhodes left actually, so I knit an entire pair, and these are going to be a gift for somebody in just the Zandra Rhodes, and I think actually it still looks quite effective on its own. But these I did, which I don't ever do, toe up, and I've got an unusual heel. In the pattern it was called a Flegel heel. Never heard it called that before. But I think I did these 2 at a time as well, just because by this point I was getting a little bit done with socks and I wanted to try some different things, because that's one of the things I've been wanting to do with my knitting, is I always like to try and practice new skills as often as I can, keep things interesting, you know. And so this pattern, another free pattern on Ravelry, can you tell I'm a cheapskate? It's called, give me a minute, I Smell Snow. And it's the point being that you're supposed to watch Gilmore Girls as you knit it, because I Smell Snow is a quote from Gilmore Girls. I will tell you who the designer is. Oh good, it's somebody Scandinavian. Are you ready? I'm about to butcher this. Sani Koivumaki, Finnish, that's what nationality they are. So I apologise for butchering your name, but I will put a link so that you do not have to decipher my terrible Finnish pronunciation, so you can find it if you're interested in this pattern. Yeah, I have recently watched Gilmore Girls for the first time, because obviously I was sort of too young the first time around when it was on terrestrial telly, so I watched it on Netflix, and I did get really into it. It's really cosy, and it did... I don't know why, this pattern did definitely give me sort of Gilmore Girl feels, and it is a really nice moment. This this lace pattern's pretty straightforward and it looks like snowflakes, and I did think about those sort of cosy, snowy scenes in Gilmore Girls. But like, off topic for a second, so there's like 7 seasons of Gilmore Girls, so I watched all of them, and then there's the Year in the Life specials, 4 hour-and-a-half specials. Bloody well ends on a cliffhanger. Why did I bother? Why did I bother? So unsatisfying. I hate that. That's pair of socks number, what are we up to? 4. Pair of socks number 5. Again, these are another present. These are for a man. That's why they're so big. And these, I did the same thing as the Sandra Rhodes and Neon Yellow stripe, in that I used up, these are odds and ends of my pheasant yarn, and then I looked in the pheasant yarn and picked out one of the colours. And this is another West Yorkshire Spinners, and this is West Yorkshire Spinners, and so they were the same, exactly the same almost colour. And I knit these, but I did these, again, I did these toe up. And I tried to do these toe at a time as well, but it got too confusing. So I had to stop that when I got to the heel. I couldn't deal with it. But yeah, this is a different sort of heel to that other one. And I think I prefer this version of a toe up heel to the others. But yeah, I've really enjoyed knitting my socks as my Christmas gifts. My sock blockers aren't quite long enough, so I've done my best. But oh look, you can see in that heel, actually, how the self-striping colour is the main colour I've picked out there. So I quite like this idea of the stripes, but it was a bit of a nightmare because when I got to a bit that was the same colour, of course, once I got to a bit in the self-striping yarn that was the same colour as the main colour of yarn, I had to snip it and weave the ends in and everything, because then I just didn't have a stripe. And even here, you can see that orange stripe at a distance kind of disappears, so you don't really notice it, and at the toe there. So I kind of wish I'd gotten rid of the orange stripes altogether, but oh well, I'm sure the recipient of these socks will be happy with them. So my next pair of socks are these, and this is another Sock Saturday, and this time the dye was Rainbow Fusions, which is not a dye I'd heard of before, but I thought this was really cute, they even put the name of the event, the Sock Saturday, on the labels, which I thought was really sweet. And so this time around we all had the same pattern, as well as the same mystery yarn, we all had the same pattern. And the pattern is called Twinkly Toes by Lulabella Knits, and so that's why the yarn is also called Twinkly Toes. Now, if you know me, you know that I do not like pink, particularly this shade of pink. So I was feeling a little bit unlucky with my mystery yarn choices here, because yeah, not a fan of this sort of shade, but I do actually think it's made a really nice, it's gone really well with this pattern. It's made a really beautiful pair of socks. This is like a textured stitch where you sort of, you knit three together and then knit into the same stitch 3 times in the same stitch. So you sort of are doing a decrease and then an increase in the same stitch to create that lovely textured effect. And I do really like it, and I'll definitely knit this pattern again. But I'm not sure how I feel about this colour. And whereas with the yellow ones, when I put them on, I was like, whoop, nope, I've changed my mind. These I'm still not sure about, which is a bit of a shame. So these might become a gift for somebody as well. But like I say, I do really like the pattern, so maybe I'll make that again. Top down, twisted rib, and it's just, most socks you do the pattern on the back of the sock as well as the front, but this isn't very stretchy, so you need the back to be smooth really to be able to wear them. And then I did the standard slip stitch heel, which was what came with the pattern as opposed to the offset one. Again, can't remember any of their names. Yeah, I quite like it. It's fine. So it's a nice pair of socks, but they don't really float my boat. Sorry. So that is finally an end to the socks. And of course, with knitting all these socks, you get 100 grams skein of yarn and you kind of use maybe 60 grams of it, and then there's some left. And it's not cheap, this hand-dyed stuff. So I was looking for something to do with all my odds and ends. And like I say, I've knit some of them up into other pairs of socks and done a mix and match, but then that required me to buy more yarn to coordinate with it. So I was thinking, this isn't really very efficient. And so what I'm doing instead is decided I'm going to make a scrap sock blanket. And I looked at various patterns, and then I remembered that Yule from Yule Thissenden, Yule Thyssen? I'm not sure. Yule, she's a costuber. She has, and I've spotted it in a few of her videos and I love it, one of these beekeeper's quilts, and where you knit these little hexie puffs and then join them together. I love that, and I've always wanted one, so I've started making one. So how many hexie puffs have I got so far? Let's have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is that all of them? I think that's all of them. I've dropped one. Where did it go? So yeah, you can see here, it's a little bit like a history, a time capsule of Sock Saturdays, because I got 3 out of my die candy. I've got 3 out of the Rainbow Fusions one, but I've still got loads of this left, so I might use that for something else. And then this was some I knit years ago a pair of socks. I was away somewhere and I bought a skein of yarn in a local yarn shop. I like to do that if I go on holiday and I see a local yarn shop, just because I like to support independent businesses like that. And I was quite disappointed with this yarn actually. It faded really badly, and when I was knitting it my hands went green. Not good, but I had a little bit of that left, and so I haven't wanted to knit it up into anything else because I know the colour will run. So I thought, oh well, I can make some hexie puffs. So that's the last of that gone. And then this was a mini skein that I got in a charity shop for £1, and I've got plenty of this left, but this is the first one of these that I've made. And it's surprisingly similar to this, but this one's a bit more mottled. So I think I have a colour preference there, don't you think? Obviously I'm nowhere near a quilt yet, and this is going to take forever. But I actually think it's quite an efficient way to use up scraps, and I've got loads of toy stuffing as well in my loft that various people have given me over the years. That's basically just insulating the loft at the minute, so I thought I might as well use that. And I'm looking forward to eventually having enough of these to start sewing them together, but I've got a while to go yet. I must confess as well, I haven't actually bought the pattern. Having made so many toe up and toe down socks in my life, I looked at these and was like, oh, that's like if you do a toe up sock and then change to a toe down sock straight afterwards and you get a hexie puff. And so that's what I did. I figured it out for myself. I haven't bought the pattern. I might buy the pattern and just see how they recommend you do it and join them together, but it is £5. I'm stingy, really. But these are so addictive to knit. I really enjoy knitting them, and it's just nice, like when I finish another project and I have yarn left over, to be like, oh, and now I can knit a little hexie puff before I start on anything else, before I have to commit to anything else, you know. These are quite nice fillers, I suppose, in more ways than one. I imagine over the coming year you will see many more of these as I get to them. But after all those socks, I decided it was time to return to some garment knitting, and so I started on a 1940s jumper cardigan thing that I have wanted to make for ages. And this is because it's in the ITV series Home Fires. I watched Home Fires, I marathoned it when I wasn't very well this time last year, and I was doing a lot of sewing from bed and a lot of knitting in bed. And if you don't know, ITV's Home Fires is a series about a women's organisation called the Women's Institute, and it's during World War II. A little context for Americans. So the WI stands for the Women's Institute, and the Women's Institute is a women's organisation, and they have a long history of campaigning for women's rights and women's welfare and children's welfare as well. But it's to set up a WI, you have to be associated with a village of less than 4,000 people, or originally that was it. It might have changed in contemporary times, I don't know. And so this series follows this WI in this village in the north of England, and it's about rural life, it's about ordinary people, it's about they have some more middle class people, they have the doctor's wife and they have farmers and things, and this series is just brilliant for the knitwear. It's got some really cracking examples. Somebody really did their research. They were obviously knitted from vintage patterns, and they were obviously knitted from vintage patterns that somebody found online, because a lot of them I have been able to find readily available on Etsy, on Pinterest, things like that, and I know lots of other people have knitted them as well, and they talk about knitting a Home Fires jumper. Well, anyway, this was my Home Fires jumper. And it's this one. It's worn by the character Laura in one of the first few episodes, and I saw this jumper and I've been thinking about it for a year. That's how much I liked it. So I knew I wanted to knit it, and I eventually got round to buying the yarn and knitting it up, and I found the pattern. I was looking for the pattern for ages. Typically it's one of those things, it's keyword search, embroidered jumper, cardigan, sweater, blouse, Home Fires, button up. Eventually I found this pattern on Etsy, and I will leave a link if you are interested as well, because it's a really cracking design. And so this is still technically a work in progress, I suppose, because I've knitted all the pieces, but I have to embroider all these flowers on it. And well, I got to here on one front and I thought, f that for a laugh. It was supposed to be in every single one of these diamonds, and I've gotten this far, which is kind of like quite nicely underbust for me on the front and the back, and I don't know if I'm going to do any more. The sleeves, thankfully it's short sleeved, so there's only one row, so those weren't so bad. But yeah, I'm going to sew it up now and see how I think if it needs embroidering more flowers on or whether I can live with it. This is supposed to be an economy design. I don't know really what's particularly yarn saving about it. It doesn't have any of those classic make, do and mend elements. I suppose it doesn't have a button stand, it just has a crochet loops and buttons on the very edge, so maybe that's it. But it's a really sweet design, and I was so chuffed when I found this pattern, I tell you. And it's got, you can see, look at that sleeve, look at the height of that sleeve. That's because it's going to be a puff sleeve. Oh, I'm really excited about making this up, and I have been embroidering these flowers for fucking ages, and I'm so bored of it. So I finally got to a point where I think I'm done with it. Just needs sewing up. But this, of course, has sparked an obsession, and I think I'm now going to knit at least 2 more jumpers from the series Home Fires, because I've been able to find several of the patterns, and I'm just obsessed. Like, I don't know, it's just, you know, sometimes you just find a look that speaks to you, and it's your aesthetic or whatever. That was this show for me. I was like, yes, this is what I want in my life. I'm going to spend the next year knitting jumpers from Home Fires probably. So while I was procrastinating all this embroidery, I started knitting something else. I wanted another garment. I wanted to make something, I wanted to knit a garment in hand-dyed. Having been introduced to the world of hand-dyed yarn through this Sock Saturday club, I wanted to make myself a garment. And so I thought about patterns, I thought about buying a pattern, and then I thought about one I already have, which I get lots of compliments on whenever I wear this top. And this is the Rizzo blouse from Poison Girls, and you've probably seen me wear it in various videos. And so I thought, oh, I'll make another one of those, because as much as I like the pattern, pink is not really my colour. And because this is quite corally, it's all right, but it just doesn't really go with a lot of things. So I made it in grey instead. So this is yarn is from Life in the Long Grass, and the colourway is called Corrode, and you can see it's sort of got these like an oil spill tones is the only way I can describe it. And this is one of those modern patterns which is knit seamlessly from the top down, which I very rarely do because I don't like that, and it's really confusing for my dyslexic brain to understand if they're talking about the left shoulder, which way am I looking at it? Is that left as a person looking at the jumper? Is that left as a person wearing a jumper? Because that's different, it's a different shoulder, you know? So I struggle with that sort of pattern, but I persevered with this pattern. I should disclose I was originally a tester for the Rizzo blouse pattern, so I did get it for free, and so this pink one I made as a test knitter, but I liked the pattern so much I wanted to make another one. However, I think it needs blocking. Can you see how tiny this is? I'll hold it up compared to my other one. It's gonna need blocking quite aggressively. It's minuscule. So I think it will stretch out. I seem to remember the original was pretty small as well. The first one I made was pretty small. And it's got a lot of stretch in it, so it should be fine. And it does fit. I can get it on. But I think I would like it to be a little bit longer. It's very cropped, and I don't think I want it that cropped. I think I would like it to at least reach the top of my jeans or whatever. Yeah, every now and again I like to knit one of these modern patterns just for the practice, because people love them, but I suppose because I'm a dressmaker, I don't mind sewing things up, but a lot of people really hate the sewing up with knitting, don't they? But I would rather knit something flat any day than in the round. Seamless like this, but this is a really cute design and I have really enjoyed it. And this is another one of those that I wanted to make because I'm trying to fill some gaps in my wardrobe. I have a lot of 1940s knit tops, and I do wear them quite often, to be honest, but I've gone for very jazzy statement ones, apart from that lacy Fair Owl one, which is a bit more neutral. So I wanted something a bit more wearable every day, so that's how come I went for this one. And so you can see it's got this sort of yoke design with the yarn overs, and you've got these little eyelets, and then this is seed stitch, or moss stitch as I was taught to call it. And it's a little cap sleeve, so you just pick up stitches for the sleeve for the rib. All of this is continuous. So I do really like this design. I do really recommend this pattern, but yeah, the sizing. If you're long in the torso, make sure you add extra rows. I've classed this one as a work in progress because it needs blocking, really. That's why it's in this section of the video. And it's not good weather, so I don't know whether I'll get it to dry. I might have to wait till the sun comes till I can block it, because it will never dry in my house otherwise. But this, the designer from Poison Girls is Amy Apple, and she does lots of vintage inspired designs. And so if you were wanting to get into vintage knitting, but you're intimidated by vintage knitting patterns, or vintage knitting patterns don't come in your size, which is likely, these Poison Girls designs are kind of rockabilly pin-up style and are modern construction techniques and modern sizing, and they're quite size inclusive. I think they go up to at least 54, I think, inch bust. So that might be an option for you. But like I say, they're rockabilly, so they do tend to be more 50s, 60s style knits than 1940s ones. Okay, so we're nearly there. Let's keep going. So I have 2 more things I want to talk about. The first is a book that I picked up literally this morning in a charity shop, which is from the 1940s. It's called Knitting for All Illustrated. And I have another one of this type of book called Practical Knitting Illustrated, which has a few more like guidelines, I suppose, knitting techniques and things and how to cast on. But this one is mostly designs. So the part of the reason why I was so keen to pick this one up is because I've got a knitted brassiere pattern. And I see these floating about online that you can buy as digital downloads and things. And sometimes I frequently do. But it's just nice to have the real book, really. And this one's in quite good condition. And I did wonder about because this is quite obviously from the same series as my other book, I did wonder if the patterns would be repeated, but it looks like they're all different. And there's a really great variety of stuff. I mean, like a knitted fez. That's something, isn't it? Look at that 3-cornered hat. She looks like a cat. So yeah, it's a really interesting little book. And men's, women's, children's, as these 1940s books often are. Gloves, stockings, waistcoats. I was particularly fond of a knitted house coat, which I might make for myself. I mean, the underwear, I'm going to have to knit myself some of this 1940s underwear because I think it's so funny. But I was quite pleased with this house coat. I thought that was quite jazzy. And the caption, something religious. Oh, true sister to Joseph's coat of many colours. You'll be getting up earlier in the morning to put it on. I think that's bold of you to assume, mate, but okay. And then they have an option for if you'd like a less colourful version, which I think is funny. Just flicking through it, I've got completely distracted now. Bed jackets. Oh, blimey. Look at that bed jacket. So a new collection, a new addition to my vintage knitting collection. And so because I've been really good all year and I've knit mostly very sensible things. Oh my God, I haven't even talked about the dress. So of course the other thing I knit this year was the collar for my Gunny Saxmas dress. And this pattern, there's definitely a mistake in this pattern. I knitted it several times and it still wasn't right. And I'm not sure about whether my choice of yarn was appropriate for this design, but I am very pleased with the finished look finally. If you've seen this video, you will know that I had trouble is an understatement with this collar. I had an existential crisis over this bloody collar. So I am happy to say that I am finally at peace with it and I like the way it looks and everything, but it was a struggle. This yarn is Rico Creative Lame. It was just the cheapest lame yarn I could find. And the pattern came from a 1940s book in my collection, which I think is Direct. The first few pages are missing, so I'm not entirely sure what it is. I think it's Direct. But yeah, like I say, I'm not giving you that pattern. I'm not giving that pattern away or sending you a link or whatever because it was wrong. I had to do a lot of figuring out for myself what was going on there. And so the last thing I want to show you is my gift to myself. Having knit lots of very practical wearable items this year, I decided it was time for a fucking wacky 1940s jumper. So I haven't actually got the original pattern with me, I forgot to pick it up, but it's this willow pattern jumper from Best Way, and I've had this in my stash for ages, and I've had the yarn to make it for ages, but like I say, I've been trying to make more wearable things because how many wacky 1940s jumpers does a girl need? But I finally made a start. Oh, I love it. It's so balmy. So obviously it's supposed to be an imitation of willow pattern china, which, oh, I've just dropped a load of stitches there, which of course is a very poor imitation of traditional Chinese pottery that was very popular in Britain in the 19th and 20th centuries. And so it's supposed to be this traditional blue and white pattern, and I went for this blue and white in keeping with the original. But as with a lot of original 1940s Fair Isle patterns, the instructions were just K1W, K2B, K1W. God, like such a absolute mind fuck is the only term I can think of. You have to concentrate so hard, you have to constantly count. They're really difficult to work with, written out that way, I find. So I made myself a chart. So I spent an afternoon charting it out, and the sleeves. So this is the sleeve pattern. So I've made my own chart. And if you want to use this chart, it is my Ravelry project page for this pattern. There is a link to this chart, but I warn you, it's not perfect. I've definitely made some mistakes. I will try and update it before this video goes up to remove a few of the glaring mistakes, but I'm only up to about here, so I don't know about the rest of this section or the sleeves. I haven't even started that yet. But this has been so much more useful. It's just so much more the way my brain works with a pattern like this, rather than K1B, right? Okay, so that's knit one blue, you know, it's just a nightmare. So this is currently what I'm working on. And this is, like I say, this is my Christmas treat to myself. I can finally, having had a really sensible year of knitting sensible things, knit an absolutely wacky 1940s colourwork jumper. So that's everything I'm working on. I realise this is probably a really long video already, so I'm going to keep my wrap up short. Yeah, I've had a really good year of knitting. I've definitely knit less things than last year. Last year I knit more than I sewed, and this year I definitely sewed more than I knit. So I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that balance. I made some really lovely wearable pieces that I'm really proud of, that I wear a lot. I have 2 new staple cardigans. I've made this Mary Wallen that I'm really pleased with and is much more wearable now I've faffed about with it. I've knit quite a few things for other people as well. I've knit presents, Christmas presents, which I haven't done in a long time. So yeah, I'm really happy with where I am at my knitting. In terms of what I want to make next year, looks like I'm going to be knitting some jumpers from Home Fires. I also have plans to do more 1940s themed content generally next year, so I do want to do more 1940s knitting patterns, 1930s. I'd like to do some crochet because I need to get better at crochet. I'm really bad at it. Yeah, I really want to focus on these historical projects. I want to grade more patterns for you. I want to experiment with different techniques. I want to become more of an expert, I think is what I'm trying to get at here. And I want to share more of that with you because I think about 1940s knitting patterns a lot, more than I care to admit really. It's kind of embarrassing. And so I want to share that joy with you all really. So I'm going to do a few experiments as well with yarn weight, with tension swatches. I want to make a video about grading patterns. I want to grade some myself and make them freely available to you. I also want to try some of the more unusual ones, particularly these coupon saving ones, these make to amend ones. I think that's really interesting, and I think as somebody who's trying to be more sustainable as a knitter going forward, it's always interesting to see what we can learn from the past, in particular this coupon saving era. This era of great hardship in the 40s, I think we can borrow lessons from in terms of the climate crisis and being more sustainable with what we do. Not that the climate crisis is our responsibility, you know what I mean? I wish to be clear. It is not our responsibility as knitters to knit less to save the planet when there are giant corporations destroying it. No, that's not what I mean. But if you're like me, these things play on your mind and it's empowering to feel like you're doing something. So that's sort of what I want to play with next year. Apart from that, probably going to knit some more socks. I'm probably going to knit and carry on going to my sock club because I do really enjoy it. Knitting is often such a solitary activity, so to be able to do it in a group and talk to other people who are just as enthusiastic as I am about it is really nice because obviously most of the time when I talk to you about it, there's not actually anybody there. So yeah, more 1940s stuff, more socks, definitely more hexie puffs, and hopefully you will come along for the ride with me. So I will say this video is going up on the 31st of December, so I will say Happy New Year. Thank you for sticking with me for another year here on YouTube. I hope you will join me next year, and yeah, many happy returns of the season to you. So all the best for 2022. Thank you very much for watching.
So today I'm getting around to something that I've been meaning to do for absolutely ages. So I'm currently working on my Gunny Saxmas dress here in the background, and for that I had to order some ribbon. And so while I was at it, I ordered some grosgrain ribbon so that I can reinforce the neckband out of my Mary Wool Yell cardigan, which you may remember me talking about previously in several videos about knitting. But unfortunately this band around the neck, it just doesn't want to lie flat, it constantly wants to curl in. So I had some suggestions when I mentioned this that adding a grosgrain ribbon would help. So I'm going to try and do that today, and I thought I would bring you along with me and sort of make this a little bit of a tutorial, kind of. I've never done this before, so I don't really know what I'm doing. It's more of an experiment. So I started with the bottom edge just so I had a practice before I started filming, and you can see how I've eased it in because the knitted fabric is stretchier than the grosgrain ribbon, and that's why we've got these puckers here, and it still stretches, so that's what we want. You can see at the top here I've used a lighter colour thread because I was catching it down to this lighter section, and at the bottom I've got this darker colour thread. And for this outside edge, which you can see is rolling over quite a lot, I've got this wider grosgrain ribbon. This was the widest I could find, but it isn't actually wide enough. You can see it doesn't cover this section, and I might add another ribbon there, basically, if it continues rolling over. So the other issue I'm anticipating is that the cast off edges, or cast on, are slightly wider than the inside edge, so I've had to ease it more in the inside edge, but it doesn't look to be puckering or anything. So, but it's a lot more noticeable with this band here. So this part is not as wide as this outside edge, so I'm really going to have to ease in this outside edge more than the inside. So you can see here I've pinned my ribbon on, and you can see I've got these really quite big bubbles of excess, but I should be able to smooth that out as I sew it, and that will all disappear and I can ease it in. And you can see here I've just neatened the bottom of the ribbon by folding it under. And another thing actually that I've noticed is that, so this is the centre back neck, and the neckband isn't as wide here as it is at the hem. And I think that's just a tension issue with my knitting. So what I'm doing here is I've got my brown thread threaded off my needle, and I'm literally just easing it in, smoothing out that ribbon, stretching the knitting ever so slightly, and I'm catching it down with a felling stitch. I'm not going all the way through to the front, but I am catching more than just the floats on the wrong side. You know, I'm catching the actual stitches of the fabric. You can see here again, I'm just smoothing and easing it all in, stretching it out, getting it into position before I start hand sewing it in place. And this is just a felling stitch, same sort of thing you'd do to hem historical edges and things like that. And I'm just checking that you can't see it. You can sort of see it on the right side, but it's really not noticeable. So that's all I'm going to do is I'm going to fell down the edges all the way along until the ribbon's held in place, essentially. Again, you can just see how I'm easing it in as I go, smoothing the ribbon and stretching the knitting ever so slightly. And here, I think what I'm demonstrating here is that the difference between a whip stitch and a felling stitch. So a whip stitch, the stitches lie vertical, and a felling stitch, they lie diagonally. And so you shift the needle along every time you take a stitch, and it just makes it marginally quicker than a traditional whip stitch. So now I've done the inside edge, I'm moving on to the outside edge, and you can really see how that's going to require more ease. So I'm just adding in a few more pins just to kind of keep everything nice and even. And then just the same thing again. I'm felling it down and I'm deliberately catching the stitches in the dark line of knitting at the edge here. All the way along, and then it's done. And so here's a look at the Yell cardigan with the grosgrain ribbon, and you can see the difference that that's made to the way that the neckband lies, particularly around the neck. and over the chest. How much better is that? Look at that, it's made such a difference. I thought I was going to have to put in another ribbon to cover up the steek because I thought it might roll out like that, but it doesn't seem to be doing that, so I think I'm going to leave it like that for now. And yeah, it's a lot more comfortable as well actually around the neck with the ribbon in, much less itchy. So the only thing is where I've eased it a little bit, I don't know if you can see, it sort of bubbles a little bit, the knitting here. So I'm wondering if I can steam that out or something. But yeah, overall I'm really pleased. I hope this little video was vaguely interesting and maybe you found it useful. But I'm off to tackle my gunny sacks dress now. But I can't wait to wear my new and improved Yell cardigan. So thanks for watching. See you next time. If you, like me, do a lot of vintage knitting, then you will know it can be really difficult to substitute the discontinued vintage yarn suggested by the vintage pattern for something that is available today. This is particularly true of 1940s knitting patterns where the most common yarn weight is 3-ply, which they just don't make anymore. Or if they do, it only comes in acrylic and horrible pastel shades. And over the years that I've been interested in vintage knitting, I have tried lots of different brands of yarns and it's been really hit and miss. So I have decided, once and for all, we're doing an experiment. I have bought loads of different types and brands of yarns. And in this video, I'm going to knit up a whole bunch of swatches and see which ones will match that 8 stitches per inch sweet spot that you often need for vintage patterns. So when deciding on which yarns to pick for this experiment, I had a few criteria that had to be met. Firstly, they had to be readily available online. What's the point of me recommending a yarn to you that you can't physically get your hands on? So when looking for yarns online, I started by looking at the 4-ply section because that's the closest to that vintage 3-ply weight, and I looked specifically for yarns that had a tension closer to 8 stitches to an inch, which is what you get with 3-ply, than 7 stitches to an inch, which is what you get with 4-ply. So all of these, they're not quite 8 stitches to the inch, a lot of them are more like 7.5, but I thought to myself, I can work with that, we can play with needle size and see what we get. The third thing I looked at was, obviously, I was buying a lot of yarn, so it had to be affordable, and for me that meant less than £5 per 50 grams, which is very affordable. But honestly, I do a lot of knitting, and so I would rather knit more with cheaper yarn than less with more expensive yarn, because I love to knit. The other thing I wanted to consider was, because these yarns are going to be recreating vintage garments, I wanted them to have a vaguely historically accurate feel. So I didn't want anything that was variegated or self-striping or hand-dyed. Semi-solids were allowed, they did have those sort of heathery type yarns, but I didn't want anything that would look too modern. It also had to have some sort of wool content. I wanted them to feel like they would have been realistically available in the 1940s in Britain, and so that meant nothing like llama or alpaca, things like that. Although they did have those things because of shortages and supply issues during World War II. They were very hard to come by and very expensive. To be honest, putting a price limit on this did mean I didn't get anything too fancy. I've also allowed blends because I wear my 1940s knits a lot and I want them to last. If I've put all the effort into knitting them, I want them to last. So I'm not that fussed about them being 100% wool. If there's a little bit of nylon in there and that means they're going to wash better and last longer, fine with me. So now you know the criteria for choosing the yarns. So what I think I might do is I'm going to take these one at a time and tell you about the yarn and swatch it and review it as we go. Otherwise this video is going to get very confusing. So I guess we should make a start because I have a lot of swatching to do. Okay, straight away, having looked at these, there are already 2 that I'm going to eliminate from this experiment. The first one is this Bar MU Pip colour work, and that is because I've just double checked my order and this is too expensive to be in this category. It was £2.95 for 25 grams, which puts it over the £5 for 50 gram mark, so that one's out. And the second one I'm going to eliminate is I bought this Lopi Einband. I think I'm saying that right. And I hadn't realised when I bought it, it's Icelandic style yarn, and so it's very, very coarse. And I just don't think that's necessarily what I want for my 1940s jumpers. So while it might probably will reach the right tension, it looks fine enough. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to include this one in the experiment either. So sorry, Lopi.
The other thing I wanted to show you before I make a start on this is since I started researching for this video, I've actually come into ownership of some original vintage 3-ply yarn. Now these are Patterns Beehive Fingering, and this is a really common yarn that is suggested. It's one of the most often I see in my vintage knitting patterns as the suggested yarn. So I've got a few of these. Maybe I'll knit them up one day, but I also kind of want to keep them for like posterity, I suppose, and also to compare with the ones that I already have, so I can sort of do a strand by strand comparison and see what I think. I also quite like that the dye lot for this, the dye lot for this lighter one is just it's just lot 5. Is no code, nothing compared to this one, which is 26 / something or other. 29, sorry. Obviously they weren't making a lot of this one then. This is lot number 5. Fascinating. Anyway, let's get knitting.
The most common needle size for vintage 3-ply knitting patterns, according to a survey of my own collection of patterns, is old size UK 11s, which is 3mm, and I don't think has a US equivalent. The first yarn I'm swatching is from Camarose, and its Swedish name is on the band, but it translates as Ecological Summer Wool. It's 70% organic merino wool and 30% organic cotton. At £4.99 for 50 grams, it's the most expensive yarn I sampled, but honestly for merino wool and organic certification, I think it's very reasonable. As for suggested tension, this is actually one of the only true 4-ply yarns I bought, and the recommended needles are also larger at 2.5 to 3.5mm. But interestingly, the yardage is closer to what you would expect for 3-ply at 460 meters per 100 grams. A rough rule of thumb is 500 meters per 100 grams for 3-ply and 400 meters per 100 grams for 4-ply. When I compared the yarn to the original vintage 3-ply yarns, it is noticeably thicker and not quite so tightly spun. As this is the first swatch I'm knitting, I thought I'd explain how I'm making the swatches. For true vintage 3-ply tension, I should get 32 stitches and 40 rows to a 10 centimeter or 4-inch square. So I'm casting on 32 stitches plus 8 extra stitches so I can have a 4-stitch garter stitch border. I'm using the knitting on method for my cast on because this is the method most common in my vintage knitting instructions. I'm also doing a few rows of garter stitch at each edge just to try and stop the swatches curling so much. But I'll be honest with you, this didn't really make any difference. So then I started knitting in stocking stitch, making sure to remember that garter stitch border. And so here we have the first swatch, and it's time to cast off. I'm using the crochet cast off again because it seems to have been most common during the 40s. And then my swatch is ready to be measured. As expected from this slightly thicker yarn, the finished swatch measured 10.5 centimeters rather than 10 centimeters, so too big for 3-ply. But the row gauge was surprisingly too short. Despite working 40 rows, the swatch was only 8.5 centimeters long. I didn't wet block any of the swatches, as most vintage knitting patterns don't actually suggest it, so I tried stretching my swatch a bit to see if I just had it a bit out of shape. And while the row gauge did grow by a centimeter, the stitch gauge stayed the same. So I made myself another mini swatch using number 12 needles instead, and half the stitches. I could really tell the garter stitch border was distorting this one more, but with number 12 needles I was definitely able to get the right tension. This swatch should have measured 5 times 5 centimeters, and the stitch gauge was spot on. The row gauge was still a few millimeters short, but oh well. So for this Camarose yarn, I'm calling the number 12 swatch a success. The next yarn I tried was the Lang Yarns Jawohl, which I guess is a German pun. This yarn is 420 meters per 100 grams, so more like 4-ply, but the tension is closer to 3-ply than the Camarose at 30 stitches and 41 rows per 10 centimeters. I paid £4.50 for 50 grams. The yarn is 75% virgin wool and 25% polyamide and superwash. Again, I'm going for number 11s first of all. The suggested needles were 2.5 to 3.5mm, so 11s being 3mm are slap bang in the middle. When compared to the vintage yarn, this one is definitely much closer than the Camarose. As for the swatch, well, you can see it really didn't want to lie flat. The fabric this yarn produced was also lighter weight. You can see that garter stitch ridge across the middle of the sample. That's because I realised halfway through my swatch that my tension with the number 11s was going to be too big, so I switched to 12s to see if that would work. At the top we have the 11 section, which was a touch too big at 10.5 centimeters, and the 12 section was just a touch too small at about 9.8 centimetres, but I imagine that would relax a bit with wet blocking. My row gauge was a bit better for this yarn, but as the swatch was really wobbly, I'm not sure if I was stretching it a bit much. I'm using a metal ruler to measure all the samples as it's more accurate than a tape measure. The next yarn is the Milla Mia Sweden Naturally Soft Sock, and it's 75% wool, 25% polyamide. But the yardage is 400 metres per 100 grams, so much more like 4-ply. I paid £4.50 for 50 grams. As for the tension though, this time we've got 30 stitches but 42 rows per 10 centimetres on 2 to 3mm needles. When comparing it to the vintage yarn, it is about as tightly spun as the Patterns and Baldwins, but it is coarser. Here you can see the 3 plies spun together. Now the swatch of this yarn did not want to behave at all, so I ended up steam blocking it by spritzing it with water and ironing it on medium. This one was actually the second swatch I did because the first one with number 11s was miles out. This one with the number 12s still wasn't right though. It was much too small. It probably would have been perfect had I been able to get 11.5 needles, but they don't actually make those, so on to the next one. Next up is this Truly Wool Rich from Signet, costing just £2.75 for 50 grams. This one is labelled as 4-ply and the yardage suggests that as well. But the tension is given as 30 stitches and 40 rows, so again, more like 3-ply. Smaller needle range for this one at 2.75 to 3.25 millimeters, so I don't know if that will make any difference. Compared to the vintage yarn, it's more loosely spun and as a result, thicker and bouncier. And so building on my experience with the other yarns, I started with the number 12s. Again, this one was very curly and difficult to measure, but it was about 9.8 centimetres, so I'm calling it close enough. I could tell as I was knitting it, I definitely wasn't getting row gauge, so I didn't even bother measuring it for this swatch. Now for the first of my American yarns, Cascade 220 Fingering. This is also the first of my 100% wools, and you can see from the yardage and the tension numbers, it's spot on for 3-ply, at 500 metres per 100 grams and 32 stitches to 10 centimetres, although it gives no row gauge. Also, the recommended needles are 2.25 to 3.25 millimetre. I paid £3.79 for 50 grams, but it's now gone up to £3.99. As for strand by strand comparison, you can see that not only is the Cascades very loosely spun, it also only has 2 plies. So while the tension might be right, the yarn itself is actually really different to the Patterns and Baldwins. And of course, this yarn is in a skein, so first of all, I had to crack out my Swift and wind it up. This time, I thought I was being clever by starting with the 12s, but the tension was too tight. So I went up a side to number 11s and I got 10 centimetres compared to the 9 centimetres I got with the 12s. Now back to Germany for Regia from Schaschenmeier. Again, labelled as 4-ply and 75% virgin wool and 25% polyamide. Interestingly, no meterage given on the band. This was the first yarn labelled as Category 1 Superfine, and the tension is 30 stitches and 42 rows with 2 to 3mm needles. I paid £3.50 for 50 grams. For this yarn, the width of each individual strand of the 3-ply was about the same as the vintage yarn, but as it's not as tightly spun, it's fluffier and thicker. Similar to the Yavol actually, the fabric this yarn created was less dense and it curled up a lot more. It was quite difficult to measure as it cinched in the middle, but at the edges the stocking stitch section was exactly 10 centimetres. Again, I'd given up on row gauge as it was consistently too short. The next yarn was the only yarn I had been able to find that was actually labelled as 3-ply. It's Socky Pulley from Nevada and has had suggested needle size of 2mm. As for the tension, it was bang on for 3-ply at 32 stitches and 40 rows to 10 centimetres. But the yardage was significantly less than expected at 360 metres per 100 grams, more like a sport weight yarn. I'm not entirely sure how much I paid for this one, but I think it was the cheapest at about £2.60 for 50 grams. As to be expected from an actual 3-ply weight yarn, this was the most similar to the vintage Patterns and Baldwins yarn. But this yarn is also the highest synthetic content with 35% acrylic as well as 25% polyamide and only 40% virgin wool. Perhaps unsurprisingly, this was the only yarn that ended up being spot on using number 11 needles. Exactly 10 centimetres in width, but again, the row gauge was out. And so last but not least, we have another American yarn, this time from Knit Picks. It's Palette, and like the Cascades, it's labelled as fingering. This one was £3.85 for 50 grams, but it's now £3.99. Knit Picks obviously don't do much exporting because it only had US measurements on the band, but the yardage is probably a bit short for 3-ply, but the tension is right. And they did use the Category 1 Superfine. Again, very similar in spin to the Cascade yarn, with only 2 plies that are very loosely spun. Is this an American thing? Any Americans watching? Is all your yarn like this? Let me know. As for the swatch, this one I used number 12s for, and it was a bit on the small side in the middle, but spot on at the edges. Again, I'm calling it close enough, as it will probably relax with wet blocking and even out.
So what have I learnt from all these very, very many swatches? Well, a couple of things. Mostly, my tension, of course, is unique to me, and your tension might be different, so you might get completely different results to me. But I find consistently that my row gauge, the number of rows I get to an inch, is short. And I think part of the reason why I've never actually noticed this before in my knitting is because I knit a lot of vintage patterns, and rather than give you a number of rows to knit, they simply say knit until this section measures 12 inches. So it hasn't really been an issue for me, but seeing as it was consistent across every swatch I knit, I'm starting to think that the issue there is me and not necessarily the yarns that I'm using or the needles that I'm using. So the other thing that I noticed specifically for me and my tension is that if I use 3mm needles, I wouldn't quite get 8 stitches to an inch. But if I just went down a needle size to 12 to 2.75mm, I pretty consistently got 8 stitches to an inch. So I think that's something, perhaps my tension is a bit loose. Again, not something I ever noticed before in my knitting, but I think as well, maybe perhaps that's to do with most of these yarns were on the thinner side of fingering weight, but they were still thicker than the original vintage 3-ply yarn. So perhaps that's me, perhaps the yarns, I'm not sure. There was only one yarn that came out spot on straight away, and that was the Socky Pulley from, I think you say that, Nevada, and that was the only one that was actually marketed and labelled as 3-ply. And so because this yarn was so successful and I got the tension right straight away, I actually ordered a whole load more, and I'm knitting a cardigan, which is in my project bag here. The cardigan I've chosen is this one. It's a vintage pattern from my collection. And Susan Shaw was a British film star from the 1940s, the second half of the 1940s. And I'm really enjoying knitting this pattern actually. However, as usual, it says 8 ounces of yarn, and I bought more than 8 ounces. I bought what should have been more than enough, and it's still really tight on the yarn quantities. So this is another thing with these vintage yarns that I haven't really considered. I did look online because I was like, oh, I'm a bit short of yarn. Hopefully I can find some more. I can't remember where I got this from originally, and I cannot find it for sale now anywhere in the UK. I can find it for sale in the Netherlands. I believe this is it's owned by Sheps, yeah, and it says it's made in Holland. So if you're in the Netherlands and you're looking for an appropriate 3-ply weight yarn, I do recommend this. However, I haven't been able to get my hands on any more, so don't know how useful this was in the long run if I can't ever find this yarn again, but oh well. One thing I would say as well about this yarn is it has the highest synthetic content. It's only 40% wool, and it does come in a very limited range of colours because it is intended, I'm guessing, for socks. So, I mean, quite a few of these were sock yarns, but you know, a lot of brands make funky coloured sock yarns. No, this was sort of browns and creams, and this sort of petrol blue was sort of the jazziest colour that they had available. So even though this was the best in terms of tension and gauge, is it actually any good to me? Maybe not, but at least I will get one cardigan out of that. I said most of these I was able to get to work. There was only one that I wasn't, and like I say, this is just me personally. I couldn't get the correct tension with this one, and it's the Naturally Soft Sock by Millamia. And if you ever buy yarn from Lovecrafts, they have a lot of these Millamia Sweden yarns. I've got some of their cottons. I used some of their cottons before, which were fine. But yeah, this one I could not get to work. I tried with a 3mm, I tried with 2.75mm, and it was drastically too big with 3mm. I think I was getting 7 stitches to an inch. And then when I went down a size, I was getting 9. So not ideal at all. So look, I did 2 swatches, and you can see if I hold them up just how much out we are. So this was the 3mm and this was the 2.75mm, and it's just so different, and I just couldn't get it to work at all. And that's row gauge, and then that's the stitch size. So look, you know, we're a good inch
either side of what we need. So really not ideal. And the other thing I would say about this yarn is it's just, despite being called naturally soft, it's actually really scratchy and it feels the most synthetic, but it isn't. It's only 25% polyamide, like a lot of them are. And yet it's really, I don't know, like toothy and scratchy. And so I had high hopes for this yarn. It's very affordable, it's very readily available in Love Crafts, it's OTEX certified. And I've said that wrong. I really wanted this one to be a good choice, to the extent that I already bought a sweater's quantity worth of it, and now I'm not really going to be able to use it. That's a lie, actually. I think what I might do is, this is a proper true 4-ply. It's just not going to work for a 3-ply pattern. And so what I think I might do actually is I have some 4-ply weight knitting patterns for the knitting machine, and I have a knitting machine, so I think I'm going to use that to maybe do a project on the knitting machine. I think that way I don't feel so bad about it, it doesn't go to waste. If I'm experimenting on my knitting machine and I don't end up with a wearable garment, oh well. So as for all the others, they were all completely serviceable, would do the job. So the ones that I will definitely be using again, the Regia 4-ply sock, that did a perfectly serviceable job. I was able to get tension, it's nice and soft, it's got the little bit of polyamide in, so it's going to last a long time, comes in a lot of colours. So another perfectly acceptable choice, which I will probably use in the future, is the Truly Wool Rich from Signet. I was able to get the tension, it feels again lovely and soft, it was lovely to work with, very happy with it. The Camo Rose, again, I've used this one before, so I kind of knew what I was getting myself in for, but I think it's a great choice, particularly with it being a cotton blend instead of a synthetic blend. So all of these, I got tension with a 12 needle, 2.75 as opposed to a 3. Two that I will talk about are the Cascades, which is this green one, which you can see here. What I did was I started with a number 11 needle, and I realised I wasn't getting the right tension shot, so I went down to a 12. That's what that garter stitch ridge is. And so this is the Cascades fingering, and this is Knit Picks palette, which are both lovely to work with, lovely and soft. They're both 100% wool, so if you're looking for an option without any synthetic in, and I was able to get 8 stitches to an inch. However, both of these yarns in the ply of them are not 3-ply, they're 2-ply. And so I guess the whole point in trying to do a good substitute for a vintage yarn is it's called 3-ply for a reason. You know, there's 3 plies. There's 3 strands that make up the yarn. So if you're going for something really historically accurate, then technically these two just aren't right. However, I'm not really that bothered by that. You know, I definitely think I'll be using these again. Sometimes it is nice to have 100% wool. They're very affordable and readily available. And so, does it really matter if it's 2-ply and not 3-ply? I don't know, you decide. So if I were to recommend one yarn from all my experiments that I've done, the one that I would recommend to you is the Yavol from Lang Yarns. In terms of the tension itself, it was like a lot of the others. For me, I could get the correct tension using a 2.75mm needle as opposed to a 3, but it just feels so nice to work with, and it was the best strand by strand comparison to the original vintage yarn. So it just kind of already just had the look and the feel of the vintage yarn. I don't know, that's the only way I can describe it. It felt the most similar. This one is a touch more expensive, but you know, we're talking about maybe like 75p. So that's something to bear in mind. But if you are, I mean, all of these I would consider to be budget yarns really. So, you know, if you are looking for a little bit, something in between, maybe something a little bit extra quality, then definitely I would go for this one. I think that's everything I have to say. I hope this was useful to you. It was certainly useful to me. Like I say, I learned a lot about my own tension and my own knitting style even, and yeah, it was great. It was great to find the original vintage yarns. Oh boy, I'm so excited that I have these in my collection now. Of course, now the thing is I have a very multicolored job lot of lots of different yarns. So I think what I might do is knit one of those make do and mend sort of patchwork, colourwork 1940s sweaters. So let me know if you'd like to see a video on that and see me tackle that. But in the meantime, all that's left to say is thank you very much for watching. See you next time. If you've been following along with my stash busting project, you'll know that one of the patterns I've been wanting to tackle is this 1940s sock pattern. And what appealed to me about this pattern is it's not only made of oddments in true make do and mend style, but it's also knit flat and seamed up.
Many of you were just as intrigued by this unusual pattern as I was, so I decided to dedicate an entire video to the making of these socks. Here we are, let's take a closer look at the pattern. Cup of tea, naturally. Yes, so odd scraps of coloured wools can be used most effectively for these charming fancy striped ankle socks on 2 needles. So materials 2 number 30 knitting needles, pointed both ends. And amazingly, I came across in a charity shop, well, I didn't, my mum did, but she has an excellent eye for these things. A whole set, 13, 14 and 15, and so these are original vintage, aero, stainless steel, size 13, knitting needles. So not only is this an original vintage pattern, we're using original vintage needles for this. And it's one of those things about the graphic design of the packaging is just so beautiful. Got a little bit missing here, but oh well. With specially tapered points which will not injure the fingers. It's just a nice touch really, that, isn't it? Also obtainable aero knitting pins and all the usual jumper sizes. I only need 2 of these apparently, so should we look at our specially tapered points? Yeah, I mean, I guess, I don't know. Must have been a novelty in the 30s or 40s, whenever these are from. So I've got my 2 number 30 knitting needles and then an ounce of 3-ply fingering in main shade and 1 ounce in mixed colours. So I'm using the leftovers from my rainbow cardigan, and I've already divided some of them into 2 because that's the first step it tells you to do. And I did that. Tell me that's not a moth. No, it's a bit of grass. Phew. So I've already done that in preparation for casting on. So my main shade is going to be this pink because I had the most of that left, and then yellow, green, and then this, blue, naturally, and then this sort of tan colour. So I haven't really decided on an order yet. Oh well, I have time because first of all, we're going to cast on for the rib at the top in the main colour. Really interestingly, it gives you absolutely exact measurements. When you work the multicolour stripes, 2 rows of knitting in each stripe, remember that you will need approximately 1.5 yards of wool to work 1 stripe of leg part, so that's 2 rows, or 3/4 yard to work each stripe across instep. This will enable you to judge before starting a stripe whether you will have enough wool to complete it. So they're that precise. So this was a proper make do amend pattern. You know, they're anticipating you making it out of lengths of yarn that you've got left over. So I think that's fascinating. What sort of cast on should I do? I should probably do a long tail cast on. How many stitches do I need? 60. So I think I'm going to do the thumb method because I've seen that suggested in some of my how to knitting guides from the 40s and 50s and things. The logical choice for a historically accurate pair of socks.
Of course, the issue with a long tail cast on is estimating how much of a tail to leave. I got it wrong on the first try. And the second.
Okay, so 3rd time's the charm, and I've got my stitches cast on. As you can see, it's going to be quite snug on this very short needle, but these are the only double pointed needles in the right size that I have, so we're going to have to make it work. Took me 3 attempts, and I was getting really head up about it, and then I remembered, of course, I will need to sew these up. So actually having quite a long yarn tail is going to be a bonus, really. However, this is more of an appropriate length rather than like a full yard of yarn left. And I've also decided on the colour of my stripes. So this will be the main body, so like the dark bit on the diagram. And so then it will be cream, green, yellow, blue. And I thought that would be quite a nice, so you've got like the alternating between the blue tones and the yellow tones. I suppose this one's a bit pink, but anyway. It says to do 1.25 inches of ribbing, but I don't actually have enough of this. It says 1 ounce, which is 28 grams, and I have about 23. So I'm gonna make the ribbing shorter, and hopefully that means I'll be able to get to the toe, but it's looking unlikely, in which case I might do a contrast toe. I'm gonna make a start on the ribbing, and I'll check back in with you when I'm... Amazingly, I was interrupted by somebody ringing me on the phone. Who even are they? I can't remember what I was saying. I've decided on my colours. I'm going to knit the rib, and then I'll check back in with you when I get to this point and we see what happens in terms of the construction.
There may be blondes and brunettes that are hard to resist. You surpass them like a queen. You've got those
Okie dokie, so I've finished my rib. It's now 1 inch long, and I have to do an increase row next. I'm guessing if I purl twice, it's like front and back. That'll do. Okay, so I've done my increases, I've trimmed my yarn, and it says now, break off main wool and start pattern, noting that when slipping stitches in pattern, they should be slipped purl-wise. So I'm going to join on my first colour, knit 3, slip 1, repeat to end. So it looks like this is very similar to the stitch pattern in the rainbow jumper. So let's have a look, 1, 2, 3, slip purl-wise. One, 2, 3, slip purlwise, and then, yeah, from the end then knit 1. And then interestingly, rather than it be like a stocking stitch, slip stitch pattern, it's a garter stitch. So knit 1, bring yarn forward, slip 1, take wool back, knit 3. Oh, okay, I've got it. So you're just making sure that on the right side you don't have that contrast yarn showing. Okie dokie, so I have my first stripe, and now it says to break off and join on another contrasting stripe, but I think rather than do that and have loads of ends to weave in, I'm just going to carry the yarns up the edge and hopefully that'll work. So the next colour I want is green, and so this time we're going to offset it. Yeah, it's exactly like the rainbow jumper. That's interesting. Slip 1, 1, 2, 3, slip 1, and then that way the slip stitches on the next row will be between the previous row. I really like these 3 colours together actually. So then that's that row, and then the wrong side row, yeah, just as I thought. Basically the same thing again. Knit 3, and then just bringing that yarn to the wrong side to slip the slip stitch. These 4 rows give you 2 stripes. Repeat them from start to start until you have 16 stripes. Okay, let's do that then. Whoop. Hey! So I've got my however many stripes it was they told me to do, 16? Yes, 16 stripes, ending with the wrong side row. Good, done that. Now slip the first 16 stitches of row and the last 16 stitches of row onto 2 stitch holders. Leaving only the central 37 stitches. Tell you what I can do, I can put them on my spare needles. So how many was it? 16, right? Oh, I see, okay. So I'm going to essentially keep the central stitches and they're going to become this part. Got it? 14, 15, 16. Oh, 16. This is going to be annoying actually. So I might put them all on one. I also need to cut these. And then I carry on as before, just on this part. So it's going to be fun. Welcome back to my messy desk. So I have now finished, it's really difficult to demonstrate this, I finished this top section of my socks. I don't know what you call that bit. So you see I've got all these stitches on a holder and I've knitted the upper, I guess it is. So now I have to trim all these yarns off and reattach my main colour and then do the decreases for the toe. Let's trim those off, tidy these up. So I've got plenty of yarn left. So it looks like I'm doing a very simple wedge toe, but just on the top half. Knit 3, knit 2 together, Oh, okay, so I'm doing a decrease row first. Fair enough. Knit 5, repeat to end.
After the decrease row, it was a case of decrease at each end of every other row, as you would expect for a standard wedge toe. Then those last 16 stitches get left on hold and the yarn is rejoined to the other half of the stitches, ready to work the heel. It was quite unusual doing a heel turn and gusset flat. It felt just familiar enough that I could follow the instructions, but at the same time it felt oh so wrong.
So it's been a little while because it's been so hot. I just haven't been up to recording basically, but I have been plodding along with this constructed flat sock. So I want to show you where I'm up to and then we can finish it off together. Basically, at the minute, it looks like this. So we knitted this part flat and it has to be seamed up the back, the ankle, and then we joined the stitches to knit the heel flap. Or either we divided the stitches and just carried on and knitted the upper of the sock. No idea what this is actually called. And then we shaped for the toe and left the stitches on the needle. It did say you could cast off and then sew them up, but I thought that's kind of pointless. Let's just graft it instead. Then you go back to the stitches here that you left and knit the heel, turn the heel as you would and pick up stitches as you would, but rather than working in rounds, you're working flat. So that threw me a little bit to start with, and I don't think I picked up my stitches in the right order, but it worked so well. And then same again, shape the toe and leave the stitches on the needle. So we've got like a flappy sock. So what I need to do is graft the stitches together at the toe and then sew up firstly like the centre back seam, but also then the top to the sole along there, and of course weave in all the ends because there's quite a few ends, what with the colour work. And had I not been carrying the yarn with me, there would be an end to weave in every 2 rows. So glad I did that. But I haven't got a whole lot of yarn left. So let's hope this is enough to sew it up. And I've just thought, I don't think I even have a darning needle in here. I'll find one of those and we'll start on this. So I did eventually find a darning needle. So if you've never done grafting before, it's kind of a way of sewing together stitches so that it looks like knitting, basically.
I'll be honest with you, I did try and explain grafting here, but I'm not very good at it at the best of times, and I definitely am not good enough to be able to give you a decent explanation. What I will say is that this style of grafting is also sometimes called Kitchener stitch, as it was supposedly a requirement of socks sent to soldiers on the front line in World War I.
So knit off, purl on, purl off, knit on. So you can kind of see, because my tension's so bad, you can see where those grafted stitches are, but it can be, once you sort the tension out, really invisible. And obviously, because there's no seam there, less likely to give you trench foot. Not that I'm anticipating trench foot being an issue, although I do live in England, so. So now I've got my sock attached at the toe and this heel point, so I have to sew up this edge to this edge, this edge to this edge, and the centre back. So I think let's start with the centre back and weave in these straggly bits and then do these seams.
The sewing up was actually really difficult to get right, as I was sewing a garter stitch edge to a stocking stitch edge. It's not really very pretty and actually quite bulky on the inside, which could be really uncomfortable.
And so I finished my sock. God, that was a faff. Much easier to knit them in the round. I also had a bit of a disaster in that my toe, I pulled on the yarn to tighten up my Kitchener stitches. And the yarn snapped right at this point, so it started to unravel. So I've kind of done a bit of a ropey mend there. And I really love the way they look. I think they look so cute. However, you might be able to tell they're really small. I don't have massive feet, and I've followed the instructions for the size in the pattern that I should need, but still they're really small. And I don't know if it's partly because this pattern doesn't have as much elasticity as the stocking stitch or something like that. I don't know. Or if I knitted it, it's too small, basically. So what I'm hoping is that I can gently block them to be a bit bigger. I also am not a fan of this toe, like it's too bulky, and yeah, I'm not sure. But it is very cute as socks go. Obviously I've got to knit the next one. I think I'll knit the next one to be the same size and then see if I can't block the pair of them to be bigger. Okay, wish me luck.
The second sock went much smoother now that I'd had a bit of practice, and so I gave them a good soak to try and block them to be bigger. As you can see though, I didn't quite have enough of the pink left to finish the toe on the second sock, so I used a bit of green. It's all very much in keeping with the Make Do and Mend look, so I don't mind. As part of my vintage clothing collection, I have a pair of CC41 shoes that I don't wear because they're too fragile, but I thought I'd give them a little outing to try and recreate the look of the socks in the pattern illustration. I was so pleased with how these turned out. If you'd like to make these socks yourself, there is a link in the description to where you can find the pattern, and if you do make them, I'd love to see them. You can share them in the brand new Retro Claude Ravelry group. Part of why I enjoy recreating these patterns from the 1940s is to get a better understanding of what it was actually like living in the 1940s for ordinary people. We in the vintage community, and I include myself in this, can be guilty of romanticising this era of history, particularly when it comes to life on the British home front. And as much as I love the design of the clothes and can marvel at the ingenuity of these Make Do and Mend designs, when I actually make them I get a better insight into this era. Thanks for watching. See you next time.
Eras for vintage fashion is the 1930s. And while I have tackled some 1930s sewing projects, I haven't done a 1930s knitting project yet. But then, my friend Engineering Knits sent me a selection of incredible 1930s knitting magazines all the way from the USA. And there are many designs in there I'd love to make, hopefully, one day. The one that grabbed my eye, first of all, was this one, because I have never seen a pattern from this era made in chunky yarn. I very rarely do anything in super bulky weight. I absolutely love this design, so I just knew I had to give it a go.
This knitting magazine was published by the brand Fleischers, and this pattern is called Thrift Tea Slip-On number 1993. Catchy. It calls for 12mm 14-inch long wooden needles, which I didn't have, so I bought myself a vintage plastic pair off of eBay, but I found these difficult to work with, as you shall see. As usual, substituting vintage yarn can be very tricky, but thankfully this pattern did include a reference for gauge, so I chose a modern yarn that was close enough. As yarn at this weight can be very expensive, I went for an option that was in the sale, which was this Drop Snow in the shade Grape. It's one of these roving yarns, so only a single ply, and I don't know how that compares to the structure of the original yarn, but it worked just fine for this somewhat experimental project. I cast on using the thumb method, as I usually do for vintage projects, as it was the most popular method at the time, or at least the one I've seen instructions in books for most often. Having cast on, I started on the rib, and straight away I began to struggle with the cumbersome nature of these massive needles. I think several things are going on here. Firstly, I rarely knit with anything heavier than 4-ply weight yarn, so I mostly use needles around the 3mm mark, so this just felt unfamiliar to me. But mostly, these plastic needles are so heavy, and as many of you know, I live with an energy limiting condition, and it's difficult to explain to people just how fine the margins are when it comes to my body's ability to cope with things. But it turns out my hands and arms are just too weak to deal with the weight of these needles.
This is 12 rows and I'm already knackered. I mean, now I've got to increase. Ugh. So I've been chugging along on my Thrift Tea slip-on here. This did not take very long, which is the beautiful thing about working at this weight. You know, this is maybe like 25 rows or something stupid like that, and it's already 12 inches long. So I have to cast on for the arms, yes. And then we have to do a drop stitch or open work pattern
for the yoke. So let's see if we can't tackle that together.
So first of all, we're casting on 4 stitches. Interestingly, they describe that as casting on at the end of the purl row, which I suppose whether it's the end of the previous purl row or the beginning of the next knit row is a matter of opinion, really, isn't it? But then that does make the next bit confusing. Okay, so as long as we sort of end with the purl row, it should be fine. And then work 3 rows. I am becoming ever so slightly more accustomed to these massive needles, but I don't think I'm ever going to be able to knit elegantly with them. Maybe I should try parlour knitting. Do you know what? That's actually easier. Oh my gosh, I'm a genius. Modest too. Don't know if I've ever seen anybody do parlour style with the yarn in the left hand. The only thing I find about this is like, how do you hold it once you've got loads of stitches on the needle and the fabric coming off it, right? Like that maybe? Okay.
The drop stitch pattern involved wrapping the yarn twice around the needle when making a stitch, rather than the standard once.
As if this was needed to be more fiddly. Oh my god. Can't believe like loads of people recommend this for beginners. I suppose it grows quickly and so that you have a end product quickly, but like, this is just not pleasant. Purl 1 row, dropping the extra wraps. Interesting. So, oh my god. Oh, I see. Comme ça, right. If you can see that, we've now got a row of like extra long stitches.
I had to repeat the drop stitch pattern until 3 pattern rows had been completed, and then it was onto a garter stitch section for the yoke. The neck hole was made by casting off the central stitches, and then each half of the yoke was worked separately for the shoulders before joining on the other side of the neck for the rest of the sweater. This all-in-one T-shaped style was very common in the 20s and 30s.
So I'm now at this awkward stage where I've divided for the neck and I've knitted half of the yoke, and I have to cut my yarn and reattach it and finish off this side to match in garter stitch.
Vintage patterns, this is the thing. On these last 16 stitches, knit 11 rows until ending at neck edge. Break yarn, that's what we've done. And then it says, join yarn at other shoulder and knit 12 rows. But as you can see, this half is right side facing up. So if I joined it at the shoulder, then I would end up with 2 consecutive right side rows. So they must mean to join it at the neck and knit 12 rows to end at the neck edge again, is what I'm assuming. Let's try it and see. Cast on 10 stitches at neck edge. 1, 2, 3.
Having cast on to complete the neck hole, I then carried on working the garter stitch yoke before starting the drop stitch pattern to match the back. Again, this was so fiddly. It was at this point that the realisation that this whole thing would have been much more manageable if I'd used 12mm circular needles struck me. But I was sort of going for historical accuracy in my construction methods, so the long, unwieldy needles it was.
We only do 2 rows on the front. Ah, I see.
Then the front basically mirrors the back, and so you cast off the stitches you cast on for the sleeves and work in stocking stitch until you reach the rib, where you decrease instead of increasing and work the rib to match. Then cast off, and it's time to pick up stitches for the sleeves. The sleeves are picked up along the garter stitch edge of the yoke and worked in a combination of stocking stitch and the drop stitch pattern. It was here that I ran into a little trouble with the sizing of the sleeves. The ribbed cuff was only 12 stitches, making it about 6 inches wide. Now, I don't know about you, but my upper arms are definitely not 6 inches in circumference. They're more like 30 centimetres than the 16 centimetres you see here. So I had to unpick the cuff and rework it, decreasing fewer stitches to get a ribbed cuff that would actually accommodate my bicep. Then, with the knitting complete, it was time to block the top. I left it to soak in some tepid water with a little bit of wool detergent, then rinsed the top thoroughly to get the detergent out. I've seen vintage instructions that say you should rinse your woolens at least 3 times, but I tend to do it until there are no bubbles and the water runs clear. I usually then put my knits in the washing machine to spin out the excess liquid as it gets more water out and saves a lot of energy on my part. But as this roving style yarn was already getting very fluffy just from the gentle rinsing it had had, I chose the old-fashioned method of wrapping it in a towel and squeezing out the liquid. This super bulky yarn held so much water that one towel wasn't enough to absorb it all. So I had to get another, and you can see just how much liquid was still coming through that second towel. So I got another towel and did the whole process again. I used this striped beach towel to pin out my knits because I don't have blocking mats, and the stripes of the towel are very handy for getting the knits pinned out evenly. I used these large-headed pins as it's easier to find them again, and pinned the top out to the right size and shape. There was no schematic or finished measurements for this design, so I just used my judgment and made sure the finished top would fit me. 3 days later, it still wasn't fully dry, so I took it off the towel and left it on a radiator for an afternoon, and then I could sew it up. I used a darning needle with the largest eye I could find to weave in the ends and sew up the top. This actually turned out to be really tricky to get to line up nicely because the stitches are so large that there was hardly anything for the sewn stitches to grab onto, so you get loads of seam separation and things shift all over the place. I kind of just had to accept it wasn't ever going to look good and just go for it.
Just ignore that bit.
With the top sewn up, I could finally try on this most unusual of vintage patterns. Of course, the sun came out at precisely the wrong time and ruined my shot, so I retreated to the shade to show off the details of this thrift tee slip-on. I'm not sure I'm a fan. The bulky nature of the yarn looks kind of lumpy and has a tendency to ride up into folds that are Michelin Man-esque. The neckline hits weirdly. The instructions said to run a length of yarn or cord around the neck opening and gather it up, but that made it even worse, so I took it out again. Plus, the puff sleeves were, well, awful, frankly. Yes, I had to make the cuffs bigger to fit my arms through, and that meant they didn't stay in the puffed position as they were designed to. But I'm honestly glad of that, because I don't know what is going on with these sleeves, but it looks like I'm wearing the kind of inflatable armbands kids wear when learning to swim. But with the sleeves pushed down, I don't hate this top. I'm still not sure that bulky knits are my thing. What strikes me when I watch this footage back is how this top really emphasizes my bust, and I'm not sure how I feel about that. I do like this drop stitch pattern, but I think it's more successful on the yoke than the sleeves. The sleeves just look a bit like something's gone wrong with my tension. Also, I think I'm wearing it backwards. The 2 stripes are supposed to be the front and the 3 stripes the back, but as that is the only difference between front and back, it doesn't make much difference. Here you can see what I mean about the lumpiness, and it does have a tendency to ride up. I found that if I pose like this with both hands on my waist, the top looks great, but it doesn't really stay looking like that. And of course, no retro clawed video would be complete without the sitting down montage, so here we go. I tried again with the puff sleeves, but I think what makes them weird is the fact they're so far off the shoulder thanks to the yoke. Again, you can see more about how it rides up. So, as you can probably tell from my face, mixed feelings about this one. It was fun and in some ways challenging for me to knit, but it won't become a wardrobe staple for me. I've had a go at grading this pattern to be more size inclusive if you'd like to give it a go yourself. It hasn't been tested, so it's available as a free Ravelry download, and please let me know how you get on. Also, I swear this bloody pigeon is trying to sabotage me. Every time I film in the garden, it shows up and starts noisily scoffing down birdseed. Anyway, thanks for watching. See you next time.
So you know that viral Harry Styles cardigan? And I know I'm massively late to the party here, but as my interest is mostly vintage knitwear, I'll be the first to admit I haven't exactly got my finger on the pulse of knitwear trends. But even I have realised that this patchwork cardigan has started a wider craze for patchwork knitting and crochet patterns generally. And I've been thinking to myself as I see more and more of these, where have I seen this before? And the answer is, of course, the 1940s. So as somebody who was generally decades behind the trends anyway, I thought, why not make the 1940s version of this patchwork sweater craze?
So some of these you may recognise from my 3-ply yarns video, like the Lang Yarns Yavol. This is Knit Picks Palette. These 2 are Cascades, fingering 220. This one was from one of my Home Fires jumpers. These are the oddments from my chevron jumper. I do have a little bit of the Shashenmeyer left, but I don't know whether it'll be enough for this. And then this is Camarose Summer Wool, which I use for my rainbow jumper and for those 1940s socks. And I've got a little bit more of this left as well. Let's have a look and see what the pattern says, because this pattern is free online. It's made available by 1940s Style for You. And it's specifically, you can say, made in odd shades of wool, save coupons, and it gives instructions for using unpicked wool as well. So it's a proper make do amend 1940s era pattern. So 6 ounces of unpicked wool, 2, 3 or 4 ply in assorted colours. So let's put my scales on ounces because I cannot be bothering with the conversions. And let's see if we have 6 ounces all in here. Oh yeah, more than enough. Okay. And then what does it say? 3.5 ounces for the yoke, sleeves and side panels. So I doubt I've got enough of that. No, 1 5/8, 1 1/4, 1 1/4.
Okay, any number of colours can be used in the check pattern, but for a good effect, it is advisable to repeat one of these colours for the yoke, sleeves and side panels, although these need not necessarily be all in the same colour. Okay, so I think we're going to be making it, it's going to be really patchwork. So maybe if I need an ounce, 3.5 ounces for the yoke and the sleeves, maybe we're going to have to stripe these 3. Probably going to have the most of those. So we'll have 4.25 of those, so we should have enough. Really, it'd be nice to use the darker colours, I think, but I've only got 2 5/8. Oh, okay, it's going to be tight. Well, we'll figure it out. It's going to be an adventure. Okay, so I have my pattern. I'll be honest with you, I've already done my first strip because I have learned from nearly 3 years experience on YouTube now. Never film the first attempt, never goes well. So the way this pattern is constructed is it's made of strips like this that are then sewn together. So there's going to be a lot of sewing up, which we will cross at another time. But you start, I think what differentiates this design from other patchwork sweaters I've seen, and actually I think this makes this one a bit more interesting, is the fact that you're not just patchworking the colours, but you're alternating between this lace pattern and this moss stitch pattern. So this first strip starts with the lace pattern, so the second strip is going to start with the moss stitch pattern. And you can see how the tension kind of differs. Maybe it's better with the light coloured ones, you can see it. The moss stitch is definitely narrower than the lace pattern. So that's another benefit of offsetting them, is that if it's a little short, it won't matter because it will be filled in by the slightly wider one next to it. It has a suggestion for the order of colours, but I actually have more colours than the original design. So what I think I'm going to do is sort of similar to theirs. I'm just going to offset by 2 squares. So I'm going to start with this colour. Got it here all ready to go. And then we just cast on 18. And I'm doing the knitting on, cast on method, as I often do for vintage things because it's the one that was most common in the UK at the time. 18 stitches. And this is the only time I knit English style, is when I'm casting on. Weird, I know. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. Lovely. And then it's knit one, purl 1 rib for 2.25 inches. No, not rib, moss stitch. So knit 1, purl 1, knit 1, purl 1. And these are number 9 needles, so it's quite a loose gauge for a 3-ply weight yarn. It's 3.75 mil, so it grows pretty quickly. With the first moss stitch square complete, I tied on my next colour to start the lace section. I had to double check the pattern to make sure I had the lace repeat memorised correctly because, you know, my memory is not the most reliable, but it was quite a simple pattern and every row was the same, so that made it easier to get to grips with quickly. And then after the lace section, it was time for the next colour and another moss stitch square. And then back to the lace pattern in the next colour, and then repeat this process for what seems like forever until you eventually have 5 strips for the front and the back. Hello. So, this economy jumper. I have finally finished knitting all my little strips. God, that got boring really quickly. I mean, just knitting like 18 stitches like this wide. Oh God, that was dull. So I have now entirely used up those 3 yarns from the chevron jumper, the Schachenmeier, the Signet and the West Yorkshire Spinners, to the extent that I actually even had to get, you can see in this panel here, I've had to go for a different sort of orange. This was the other main colour in that jumper, which is a Cascades one as well. So I even ran out to the extent that I've got a little stripe there. But I'm not too worried about that. It's all in the spirit of make, do and mend. I had so little of the Schachenmeier and the Signet left that I actually ended up undoing my swatch from that chevron jumper so that I could get at least one more square out of those two colours for the back, because I wasn't going to have any of that on the back, and I just sort of wanted to tie it together a bit more with the front. So I don't know how that is going to figure out in my total for stash busting. I think I'll just leave it out because I was just going to keep that swatch anyway. The other thing I did to make it a little bit different on the back to the front was I started with a different colour. So on the back I've got, I can't remember which ones are the front and which are the back now. Oh, bloody hell. Interestingly, what that will mean with my colour stripes is that they're almost inverted like that. Sort of. Kind of. I don't know. I just thought it would make it a bit more interesting, but also it meant I varied which colours are repeated in each stripe. Do you know what I mean? So I sort of evenly distributed the usage of the colours. And I'm very glad I did that because firstly I have to sew all these up, which I'm not looking forward to. So I'm procrastinating doing it. What I want to do, I've just spent ages with the scales in the kitchen doing it the old-fashioned way, literally scribbling out on a piece of paper how many stitches, how many rows, to see approximately how much yarn I'm going to need for each section, because the sleeves, the side panel and the yoke on this jumper are all knit separately and sewn up. So originally I was hoping I could use these three, but having used them in the main pattern as well, in the patchwork pattern, I don't now have enough of these three combined to get everything out. So I'm going to have to incorporate another yarn, and the only one I've really got left that will work is this Lang Yarns. So I've just done a whole load of calculations. I won't bore you with the maths because, like, basically I worked out which one had the most stitches and I'm using the yarn that I've got the most of for that section. So basically the sleeves are the most yarn intensive. I have the most of this left, and I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to pair it with this so that this is sort of like a cuff, and then this is the main body of the sleeve. We'll see. I did contemplate just doing a stripe pattern for all of it, but because it's all worked in moss stitch, stripes in moss stitch, because of the offset rib sort of knitting and purling, you don't get nice stripes, you get really bobbly sort of stripes. And I don't know how I feel about that. So I think I'm just kind of leaning into the patchwork nature of it, and we're just going to have colour blocked sections. If I have enough yarn for that, I don't know, because this is based on the pattern stating you need about 3 ounces of yarn, but goodness knows what their meterage was for the yarn they're suggesting. I don't know how they've worked that out, all that sort of thing. So it's all a bit of an experiment still. So I'm starting by casting on for the yoke pieces because that takes the fewest stitches and I have the least of this yarn. So I'm sort of doing this as a kind of test run to make sure I've done my maths right, and also to see how much of this I'll have left, if any, to maybe supplement the other sections where I don't really, where it's a bit closer, shall we say. So it's cast on 91 stitches for the yoke. Actually, as I'm sat here doing this, I got this far and then I realised I'm casting on 91 stitches and there are 90 stitches across the top edge of the panels. And it would actually be much neater and cleaner and probably easier if I sewed up the panels first and then picked up the stitches along the top. So I think that's what I'm going to do instead. Well, it's got to be done sometime. So like I say, from previous experience, I know, never film the first attempt. I was originally couldn't think how was best to do this because I have several dilemmas, I suppose, if you like, in terms of the construction of this. Firstly, you can see these panels, the lace panels, are much stretchier than the moss stitch panels, and so they distort a lot more. So I was nervous about stretching out this section as I stitched it, but also, of course, the tension is different, so I knit more rows for the moss stitch panels than I did the lace panels. So while they're the same length, I don't have the same number of rows to match them up evenly to do like a flat seam. So I had originally intended to put them right sides together and over sew the edge and just deal with it. And then I thought to myself, no, do you know what? Let's try doing a flat seam, see if I can't make it work. And I've gotten this far, and actually, I don't think it looks too bad. It's not perfect, but it does look continuous, and they've sort of like interlocked a little bit with the stitches. And I quite like the way that looks. I'm quite happy with that, and it's nice and strong and firm. So that's what we're going with. So I am using my cut threads to sew this up, just because I have so little, I don't have any yarn left for some of these, so I can't use anything else. And that way as well, I'm getting this sort of continuous effect. However, some of them are so short, it's very difficult to thread my tapestry needle. So let's demonstrate on this one how I'm doing this, because you'll be able to see the yellow. So like, have I got a smaller? Got one with a very small eye. Let's see if this will work. So I'm going through the pearl bumps on the very edge. So really it looks like that one should go to that one. And I'm pulling it nice and tight and firm to sort of gather down. And I'm not too worried if it's not perfect, because it sort of adds to its rustic charm. Don't think I'm going to be able to get any more from that piece of thread, so I'll take it through to the back. And then let's use this one. So look, here you can see where it's crinkly. This was unpicked from the swatch. And then in the other way, so I try and catch this in the jog so it sort of definitely lines up. And then, because I'm sort of having to do this upside down. And then this is where I sort of have to decide how I'm going to sort of ease it in. Actually, looks like this one's worked out quite well. Yeah, brilliant. And then I just weave the ends in. I'm trying to not cut anything off, because these were so short to begin with and I've used them for sewing up, so I'm just weaving it in, just weaving in whatever I've got left. It's actually a perfectly acceptable seam on the wrong side too. Who needs intarsia? I mean, I might trim that end because it's gone a bit fluffy anyway. There we go. So I've only got about 100 more squares to do.
Once all the strips were finally sewn together, which took a really long time, I watched the whole of Wednesday on Netflix, I picked up the stitches for the yoke along the top edge. I had to make sure I was doing this evenly, and it was tricky over some of the seams to tell where to pick up the stitch from, but eventually I got there and could work the moss stitch yoke, which was basically just a rectangle, up until the shoulder shaping. This was just casting off stitches at the beginning of each row in that very traditional vintage style. I could have done short row shaping, but I was going for accuracy to the pattern here. This section left me with only a few meters of this red yarn left, so I'm calling it all gone and used up for my stash busting. And then I had a rough few days and wasn't really up to filming much, so here I am silently showing you the side panels. I didn't quite have enough yarn to finish them off, so I ended up putting them on very differently sized stitch holders until I had finished the sleeves, in the hope that I would have a little bit of the blue yarn left to finish them. The sleeves I actually worked top down, which was very confusing with the way the pattern was written, and I didn't film them. I'm in the middle of making a corset, of course. These things are never straightforward. So, in terms of sewing up, it says to sew the side panels, to join the front and the back, join the side seams, apart from leaving an opening, and join the sleeve seams. But because of the shape of the sleeves, I'm a little unsure where do you think that it's the end of the sleeve seam? And that's just the sleeve head. It's quite a shallow sleeve head. I think let's try that and see what happens. You can see that I ran out of the green yarn about halfway through the sleeves, but I did have just enough of this blue to finish the side panels. Sewing up the panels was actually pretty straightforward compared to all those little strips, and I'd become quite practiced at joining moss stitch edges to get a flat seam by this point.
For the little bit of light blue at the side panels, I was able to match it up with a colour change in the front and back panels, so it looked more like a continuation of the patchwork design, which was a happy little accident. It was weird to have two side seams to sew up. I tell you, so much sewing up on this project. I've chosen a seamless construction for my next project as a result. And then the sleeve seams, I actually sewed in using a whip stitch. It was the only method I tried where the stitches weren't visible from the right side. With all the colour changes, this green yarn really stood out, but the whip stitches were hardly visible. The last step was the shoulder seams, and like a lot of vintage designs, this pattern has you leave an opening and then install buttons or poppers to close the gap. I used little vintage poppers, or snaps, from my collection to try and make this as subtle as possible. And then after all the sewing up, this patchwork jumper was complete. As you can see, it turned out much too big. That might be cool for a modern, oversized patchwork design, but this 1940s style really needed to be more fitted. But apart from that, I think it's alright. This is me contemplating whether it would look better if I added shoulder pads, but I didn't have any in this room, so I just left it. This was definitely more of a process knit than a product knit. I learnt a lot and I'm pleased I tackled this design, but I don't think I'll be getting a lot of wear out of this one. It's just too big. I mean, see, look at that. It looks so much better with a bit of negative ease. I don't hate the overall effect, but I don't think I've quite captured the elegant style of the original design. What do you think? I put my hair up to see if it would make any difference, but I'm not sure it did. You'll be pleased to know though, if you've been following my stash busting, that this jumper used up 4.5 balls of wool. Yay! Thanks for watching. See you next time.